Hello, welcome everyone. Also, I can't believe this. Silver Sister, you false started by posting it when the title changed, but then you missed your shot when the stream actually started. Rapute stole it from you once again. I can't believe it. Congratulations, Rapute, for commenting first when the stream started. Congratulations. Hello, Rapute. Hello, Silver Sister. Hello, Silver. Hello, Aman. Hello, Sammy. Hello, Larry. Making you choose between Jelly and me. It's like you're two down to fighting. I'm sorry. There was some inevitable crossover. Although I thought Jelly streamed earlier, so hopefully it's only a little crossover for a little bit, like a couple hours. Hello, Day. And thank you for the 7-stream streak. Little sister, thank you. And hello, Cake Walking as well. Starting peak. I've heard a lot of people say Chapter 2 is better than Chapter 1 in every conceivable way. And I don't know if they're hyping it up or what, but that is what I've been heard from at least 2 people. Yeah, High Guard did release today. I was actually watching someone play it just before I started stream today. They waited 45 minutes in queue and they had to do a tutorial. And just as they finished the tutorial, one of their party members got kicked because I think the game had too many people on it. And then I had to leave, so I was like, okay. Well, from what I've seen, it's literally just Apex. If you like Apex, you will like High Guard. There's some other stuff in there, like terrain destruction seems to be quite a big thing. And they have, this is what blew my mind the most. From the small, there is currency in High Guard. But to get the currency, you don't kill people. You mine crystals with your melee attack, like you're fucking playing Rust or Fortnite. I was like, oh, it's crazy. Like the rest of it, I understand. Like, oh, it's just, you know, Apex Legends with horses and like abilities. That's cool. But then they had like mining in it. I was like, what? That's crazy. Anyway, Huli, thank you for the 3-stream streak as well. Furiously going through the end of Chapter 1 so you can finish before I start. Well, you probably have like, 20 to 30 minutes. So get fucking reading. You can probably get it done in time. Guarding your high right now. Look, Jeff Keighley laughing in chat, smiling in the chat. He's put his entire reputation on this game. So... Hello, Oxynu. Sarah can read that fast. True. Umbreen with the 40-stream streak. Shut up. Stop bullying High Guard. You literally play visual novels. It's understandable why you find actual games confusing. You know what? True. I'm just gonna sit my white ass down and listen. You know what I'm saying? I gotta put respect on Jeff's name. You hadn't even heard of the game before the fantasy draft. The reason it got big, they had all this talk about it, was purely because, like, it wasn't going to get any hype. But basically, Jeff Keighley put it at the end of the Game Awards. And then it didn't have any marketing afterwards, basically. So people were like, why did this happen? Like, why was this at the end of the Game Awards, firstly? And then why has no one talked about it since? And then Jeff came out, or like, maybe not Jeff said, but like, people close to Jeff. It's a bit undocumented, but it's a funny story, so we like assuming it's true. They said... The reason Jeff put it at the end, he wasn't even paid to do it. He just played the demo and he really liked the game, so he was just like, I'm putting it at the end of my show. Fuck it, I like the game, I'm giving it promotion, which I respect the hell out of. And then he put like a tweet out the other day being like, get ready to eat your words. I was like, I've never seen him fucking, it was like Kojima levels of glazing. And I was like, well, fair play. Fair play to the man, honestly. Speaking of the draft, though, have the reviews come out? Hold on, let me have a quick look. For High Guard, sometimes the reviews come out early, right? Like, they come out before the game releases. Let's have a look. Eat your words. No one's even talking about it. I know. I didn't turn that off. Let me see. Does it come out? Where is it? High Guard. Didn't someone pick up High Guard? I swear someone did, right? I just... No. Did no one pick it up? Umbreen, you did. Why is it not coming up in my search? No, you didn't. Where is it? Oh, yeah, you bet on too many, Umbreen, so it couldn't give it to you. If you had too many, it cancels them. We did do a fancy critic. I put it in the Discord. So I was going to announce it on stream, but we already did have 11 people. And I was like... The game says you should only do up to, like, 12, probably. It said you can, like, 14, but really, it should be, like, 11. In fact, 10, I think, was the ideal. So I was like, oof. But, you know, if we get enough people, we can always run a second draft as well. If enough people want to play. I'm sorry. Next year, okay, next year. We already had a couple of people ask as well to join, so we'll do one next year. These are all the old ones, right? Yeah. Someone did not steal all of your money, Umbreen. You exchanged your money for goods and services. You exchanged your money for all these incredible games, like the Steins Gate reboot and the Katana Zero DLC and The Expanse: Osiris Reborn. Anyway, what did it get? Hold on, let's have a look. Games. What could you have got, Umbreen? Let's have a look. High Guard. High Guard. Is it out? No, they still haven't worked out. They haven't still got a review yet, huh? We're still waiting. Okay. We got one review so far and 86% review in German. Well, okay. Okay, well, we'll wait, I guess. Steins Gate's gonna go viral. You know what those fuckers are like? You know what? That's true. It's basically just a game. Fancy Critic is a draft game where you basically pick games that come out in 2026 that you think are going to do well, and the better they do, the more points you get. But anyway. Let's we're stalling for Julie, but let's go through the dulls. I went through, obviously we have Power Scale, but I went through a site that has like various different dulls. I think Daddy's Jizzy's linked once. And I found one. I said, you know what? We're going back to 2018. Join me as we jump in a time machine back to it's more like 2020, 2021. The year, the beautiful time of one Canadian streamer, Ryan Northern Lion Gary Letourneau, reading Reddit. And we're going to play Am I the Asshole Guesser? Where you have to read a post from Reddit, Am I the Asshole? And you have to guess whether the community voted them to be the asshole. So, his middle name is Gary, I believe. Or at least that's what Dan always calls him. I never checked if that's actually true. It's just what he always says. He calls him Ryan Gary Letourneau. Yeah, if a game doesn't come out, you get 0 points. And if you counterpicked it, you get full points. Which I think is 30. Okay, I have no idea how this is going to go. I've never done it before. Maybe it'll be ass. Let's see. Am I the asshole refusing to watch a religious speech and saying it's boring? The guy I like sent me okay, you're an atheist, me an atheist, a video of his fave... Oh, I gotta turn this down a bit. There we go. A video of his fave religious talk. I tried a bit, then told him I'm not gonna. He asked why, and I told him it's boring. He kept insisting even though I said no 5 times. After that, he was just like, it's just 20 minutes! Bro, oh my god. Come on, I know you don't like that, you don't believe in this religion, you think it's boring. It's just 20 minutes though. It's just almost half an hour of someone talking about something you don't give a shit about. Come on. That is insane. I've said it's 20 minutes of my life I'll never get back. He got upset at me and told me how important religious stuff is to him and stuff. I apologized, but he kept upset about it. I apologized more, and he just said, it's you being you. What does this mean? I don't know. He said it's okay. I feel kind of bad, and I kind of feel like I shouldn't be the only one apologizing since he kind of tried to force me. I mean, surely not the asshole. Am I the atheist? That's so sensible. This is insane. Like, not even like my best friend on earth, if they sent me a 20-minute video that I didn't care about, there is not a chance on God's green earth I'm gonna watch that. Like, if I don't care about it, I'm not. What, 20 minutes? Are you fucking kidding me? You know that Onion post that's like, delusional man sends 15-minute YouTube video in the group chat or whatever and actually expect people to watch it? That's how I feel about that. That's crazy. It's Reddit though, so you can't be sure, but also Reddit is highly atheist coded, so I think they're going to agree. Not the asshole. Okay, beautiful. Am I the asshole for offering my partner an Uber instead of waiting an hour for her to get ready this morning? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm getting... We are 2,000 miles from home, visiting my family on Thanksgiving and staying in a hotel. I asked her to wake up and get ready for about 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. I got ready and she still wasn't up by 11:30. Cooking started around 10:30 a.m. at my parents' house. I kept trying to get her ready. She gets mad that I'm rushing her. I told her it's important I get there and offer an Uber to not feel rushed. She is livid at me for not waiting. I can't understand how I can be the asshole for wanting to see my family I only see a few times per year when she's been in bed for 10 hours. Am I the asshole? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is kind of a tough one, because A, you're like, when you read the title, you're like, obviously you're an asshole, just wait for your wife. But then, it's like, it's a really important date, and she is like, she slept through the entire thing, like the entire meeting, or like you're meant to be gone by 11, and she's still in bed at 11:30. God, this is kind of tough. She doesn't give a fuck, but also it's kind of weird. It's maybe it's not rude. It's just kind of like convention breaking. The idea that you turn up and be like, "Oh, my wife's gonna get an Uber in 40 minutes to join me." I mean, it's not even like he did it. To be fair, he just like gave her the option. And she... See, this is one of the ones... So, this is one of the ones as well. So, one thing I've noticed from watching Ryan read through Am I the Asshole posts as well, is a lot of times... I assume they probably filtered this out through this game. I assume. But a lot of times on Am I the Asshole, they'll put a post that's like... I met someone in the street and then they shouted at me. Did I do something wrong? And then in the comments and the responses and the edits, they're like, well, yes, I also threw a bottle of water over him and I also called him a Nazi. You know, it's like a million things happened in like when you get down into it, which isn't shown in the original post. But if we're just taking the post at face value, I'm going to say, I think not the asshole. I think it's a bit weird, but I think it's not the asshole. And I think Reddit loves burning bridges. Reddit loves telling you, kill someone, basically. They're like, hey, I guarantee they're going to be like, look, you said 11. They weren't up by 11:30. That means you're ethically allowed to do whatever you want in response. So I'm going to say people are going to say not the asshole. Yeah. I think you get a lot of it as well, like last straw relationship moments for sure. Am I the asshole for expecting my frontline doctor wife to split household chores with me 50-50? Is this a troll? I am an IT professional currently working from home and my wife is an ER doctor working on the front line. We try to work the same hours and I don't see why this should be different just because I'm at home and she isn't. She, on the other hand, comes home, gets annoyed when some chores aren't done, and then gets even more annoyed when I point out that if she doesn't feel like doing them after her work, why wouldn't she assume I would do it after mine? Is it fair that household chores are 50-50, or should I be doing more because I'm working from home? Okay, because for a second there, I thought frontline, like, literally like a war. I thought she literally was like like a medic, like a wartime medic. like Doctors Without Borders, fucking like doing stuff. And I was like, what the hell? How did she come home after work? I don't know, that makes a lot more sense. It's during COVID, or she's like an ER doctor, right? Yeah, it must have been COVID. It must have been COVID, because you wouldn't call it frontline otherwise. I mean, I do kind of think he's the asshole. I understand, right? It's like you're in a relationship. She's taken that job. She's chosen a job which is extremely stressful. That doesn't mean that then you're justified in just giving extra responsibility to other people, right? But on the other hand, he works from home. Like, he's already gaining like an hour a day on no commute, right? And it's during COVID, when your wife is probably extremely stressed because they're going through a fucking pandemic. I think you can split the household chores with your wife when she's working as a doctor during COVID. You know what I mean? Like, come on. And also, I think Reddit's going to tell him he's an asshole. Again, that's the other thing. This is not if you think they're an asshole, it's if you think Reddit thinks they're an asshole. Yeah. Like, if it was just a doctor during a normal time and they just work long hours, like, that's a conversation you have between you and your wife. Because it's like, well, maybe they're earning more money, so you can afford to do more of the housework. Maybe they work longer hours, that kind of stuff. But, like, during COVID, like, come on, man. I'm going to say you're the asshole. Huge. I may be the greatest social deducer of all time. I think I may be. I think I can read people like books. Huge. Huge. What does it say about me that this is probably the only, like, dull game I've ever got, like, 100% in? That's fun. You know what I mean? If you both have, I assume, high-paying jobs, just hire a cleaner. I agree, but if this is during COVID, I think you probably can't, right? Otherwise, why would you not just hire a cleaner? Like, if you're both making a lot of money, like, a cleaner cannot be that expensive. Right. Power scale. Let us begin. We have Diamondback post-resurrection. Just hire Gary from down the road. True. Okay, Umbreen, what do we know about Diamondback? I assume he's snake-themed. He has to hold a knife, which makes me think he's not very strong. Diamondback is so niche you had to Google them. Like, it's not a good sign for the power level of your supervillain if they have to hold a knife. Whereas King Shroom from Mushroom from Godzilla Voxel Wars. We had a snail from Godzilla Voxel Wars on recently, which I think had like fucking 4C or something. So I'm going to go ahead and say the King Shroom is going to destroy Diamondback. Yeah, well, it was a reasonable destroy. He's actually, what's the 8C? Is 8C like small building level? I do like almost the unbuttoned collar into the turtleneck being like a, or not a turtleneck, whatever, it's a striped jacket, being like a snake neck. It's cute. Oh my god, it's Penta from WWE! Oh god, this is also, with wrestling lore being real, right? So I don't, like, this guy could have, like, magic powers versus White Queen spirit form from Data Live. I feel like I've heard the name Data Live. I don't know what it means, though. I assume this guy has some sort of, called Penta. He's gonna have some sort of Satan connection. I mean, I think Anime Girl wins it. Surely. Yeah, okay. We have Bodhi from Point Break, who I think is just like a guy, versus Landia, who we had last time, right? And they weren't super strong, but I think they're going to be stronger than Anne Guy. Oh, never mind, they were actually really strong. Okay, Captain Cold from the Arrowverse. Why is it called the Arrowverse? Because it's not about Green Arrow, right? Because they had like Superman in the Arrowverse. I have no idea why it's called the Arrowverse. Is this guy just like a fucking Dr. Freeze? Oh, the Green Arrow show was the first one, right? Okay, so he just has like a freeze gun versus the Tall Nut from PVZ1, Plants vs. Zombies. I do love a Tall Nut. I'm gonna have to go with Captain Cold. However, shows have like £100 a budget. Okay, nice. Johnny 13 from Danny Phantom versus Overkill from Image Comics. I mean, look at the come on. There's no way you're gonna tell me this fucker in a trench coat and a green skull necklace is gonna beat this motherfucker. Look at this guy. I gotta go with this guy. Come on. No! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Okay. Naga Shadow Alive from Star Wars Legends. I love his eye in the middle. Versus the Great Dragon from Whack Fu. The Arrow show sucked. I've never seen it. God, Star Wars is crazy overpowered, but this guy's literally called the Great Dragon. And it's like a purple celestial being hovering above like Earth or some shit. I gotta go Whack Fu, I'm sorry. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Huge, huge. Chroma Stone from Ben 10 versus Mr. Goblin Blue from Block Story. Holy! Look at the aura. The aura emanating off this lad. This is a powerful man. Jesus, you wouldn't want to come up bumping to him in the dark night, huh? I am going to still give it to Chroma Stone, though. With the Celestial Sapien Sword arm. Of course. Of course, we have Willow Rosenberg, New Rules from the Buffyverse. I never watched Buffy, so that's going to be hard for me to judge. Versus Brody James from Never Back Down, No Surrender. Never back down, never what? Never give up. Never back down, never what? Never give up. Willow is a witch. I was assuming if you're part of the Buffyverse, you have to be like a witch or a vampire or a ghoul or some sort of creature, right? So you're probably going to beat a guy who I think is just a football player. So yeah. Shredder. Shredder, damn turtle. Is that how Shredder speaks? No, he doesn't. I'm thinking of fucking Doctor whatever from Inspector Gadget. What the fuck? This does not look like the Shredder I remember. The Shredder I remember was just a dude. Why is this guy like an evil creature? An evil being? Versus Valet Clara from God, what's this one called in English? Like Good Luck Iruma-kun or I actually read this manga. She's like a happy-go-lucky girl, but they are like demons who can cast magic. So that does kind of See, the thing is, I've not seen the show, but from my assumptions of what Shredder is, like as the type of villain he is, he's normally just a guy who I mean, this guy's obviously pretty strong. He's some sort of monster, but I remember him being a guy who schemes and he sends ninjas and stuff. I don't think he was ever a world-ending threat on his own. Whereas I think these demons do cast magic and shit, which I think does instantly pump them up the scale a bit. So I'm going to go with Valet Clara. Oh fuck. Well, we were close. We have Kazuma from Green Worlds with a Z versus Juhani Otzoberg from Assassin's Creed. I do not recognize this man at all. Is this from the modern day in Assassin's Creed? Who is this guy? Because it says Assassin's Creed, so I assume it's the first one. And this guy does not look like a man who'd be walking around Jerusalem in 984 AD. So I think I have to go with Kazuma. Because this guy's just a guy. He's just a dude. Yeah, I'll go with this guy. Sorry, 8A with the Skunk Works endgame grenade. Excuse me? But clearly I missed that part of Assassin's Creed. Where they're like, oh, stop looking for the fucking golden apple. Look for the Skunk Works endgame grenades. Huh? Huh? He's a Finnish guy. He's like the Templars. What the fuck is that? This guy is 33? Jesus Christ, man. Get some moisturizer. That is not what a 33-year-old's meant to look like, brother. Where's the thing about this fucking... He has... His Black Cross suit is in resistance to electricity manipulation. What the fuck? It's so funny how fucking... They like... they choose how things are done. Oh my god. He's apparently Supersonic Plus in this fucking game about people who are real world people. Oh god. What the fuck is a Skunk Works grenade? I gotta look this up. No one knows what this is. Okay. Oh no, here we go. They're like a... Okay, they're like a... They're a military company. Okay. Sure. Okay, whatever. You know what? Fucking 7 out of 10. We were doing alright, and then we fucking... We failed terribly at the end. He's a guy with guns, but he's also supersonic. So apparently he can run faster than the speed of light, or the speed of sound. So, you know, as one does, as an average human Finnish ex-soldier. All right, you know what time it is. Yuli, have you finished chapter 1 yet? Because you're running out of time. How close are you? Hold on. Get this going. Right, close this down. And start up the video game. Where is it? Of the Devil. Here we go. The game was made with Unity. How exciting. Where is game capture? Capture any full screen application. Oh god, it just said "Of the Devil EXE" is not working. Hold on. Oh no, we're back. We're back. This is a work of fiction. True. Right. So, if you were not here last time, we finished chapter 1. Very exciting. Oh yeah, I should give my thoughts on chapter 1, right? Because I feel like I didn't really give my thoughts at the end of the last stream. So, I liked chapter 1 quite a lot. I thought the visuals, as always, on point. The dialogue is fun. The characters are fun. I thought the characters were interesting and had good motivations, unlike most of these kind of games, like Danganronpa, Ace Attorney. Like, so many of the times, you know, you have like a villain, or like you have the person who did the crime, and you're like, why did you do? You know, you work out why they did it, and the reason, and then in the end they're like, why did you do it? And it's like, oh, because I'm evil, or because I hate this guy, or, you know, something nonsense, right? Um, and the characters all feel like caricatures of like real people, whereas I feel like in this game, and in Danganronpa as well, right? Like Danganronpa, it's like, oh, it makes logically it makes more sense because they're like, well, if no one dies, I die, right? Like they'll kill you if you don't kill someone, right? But the characters are still less believable because they're all kind of quite one note. Whereas, yeah, in this game, I felt like the characters had much more realistic motivations. I feel like both David and, okay, so spoilers. Final warning for spoilers before we get into it for chapter 1. Both David and Young both had perspectives and opinions and ideas and motives that I can understand and empathize with, even if I wouldn't actually agree with them, right? Like I can see how David's like, oh, you know, these AIs just want to live. Like, what right do we have to stop them doing anything? The joy of creation, the individual will be kind, the individual will help out, humanity will rise to the occasion, blah 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 blah. Whereas Young is a lot more like, society is going to destroy the way these things work. Like creating AIs is going to destroy everything we've like done and uproot society and cause like an untold amount of suffering and like damage in that upheaval. People are still going to use robots to do this kind of thing. So all you're doing is now giving your toaster a consciousness, which just is basically like creating like a thing capable of thinking just to assign it to eternal slavery, which is kind of like fucked up. You know, she didn't do it because the company told her to kill this guy, right? She did it because she truly believes what David was doing was so wrong that she had to stop him, right? So I thought that was interesting. I mean, I like Sarah. Yeah, that was all good. Some fun quirky characters, some more serious characters. Music is decent. I think I said it before, but like, I really think it could do with one big like oomph song. Like when you get like they have a song for when the court heats up, but I think when you like strike the finishing blow, when Cornered would play in Ace Attorney, you need like a big like a right. They needed like a more oomph song. My one, apart from that, it's fine. My one critique with the game so far is the fact, I said this before, but it is the fact that in episode 0, a big part of that, like the reveal, the twist, like the whole reason you follow on from episode 0 is because the lawyer is like Morgan is a serial killer. Like it's fun that she's like, oh, I'm like this public defense attorney, and right there she's like, haha, but I am a serial killer, and in my spare time I kill people for fun. And then in episode 1 it like doesn't get addressed at all, right? Like it's mentioned a couple of times here and there, but it isn't really interwoven with the story. Now I think that's understandable because episode 1 is just the first of 5 episodes, whereas episode 0 is like a demo, right? It's like a taster to try and get you to buy the game. Once you get to episode 1, you're in, right? So it's almost like if you play a demo disc, right? Like they might let you play halfway through the game because they want you to get a taste of what the vibes are going to be like. Or if you like read a demo chapter from a book before, you know, like sometimes in books they have a preview like chapter at the end of another book, and they'll set you like halfway through it, so you're like, oh shit, or like a third of the way through it, so you're like, oh cool, like I get the idea of what they're trying to do without all the setup, right? And so I can kind of excuse it like that because it's like, well, episode 0 is the setup. Oh, sorry, no, is the taster, the tone of what the overall series will be, whereas episode 1 is the setup. So the serial killer will become a lot bigger thing throughout the series, but at episode 1, it's kind of, you know, it's not mentioned too much. This is not actually anime Dexter. I have not watched Dexter, but what I can tell you is no one else knows she kills people. She is a lawyer, a defense attorney, who kills people in her spare time for fun. She's not doing it for anything else. She's not like, because Dexter, he works for the police or something, right? Whatever. I played the prologue. Isn't the prologue chapter 0, right? Or episode 0? I think that's the prologue. Unless there's another prologue. Yeah, Morgan doesn't also... Yeah, Morgan... She doesn't... Like, this is another issue, right? It's not just that she hasn't murdered anyone. It's that nothing about her personality we've shown so far makes her look like the kind of person who just kills people for fun, but that's what she does. Like, she does it as like a hobby. She just does it for enjoyment. She doesn't do it as like a moral thing. She's not killing bad people. She, like, doesn't kill rich people or, like, have some sort of agenda. She seems to just kill people for fun. But, like, there's nothing in the way, the personality we've seen of her so far, which makes that seem like a thing she would do. So, again, it's also like, well, where's the person who was in episode 0? But that was only episode 1. So I'm ready. I'm more than happy if, you know, it builds up throughout the entire game, and by the end, you're like, oh, you know, it was fine. Episode 1 just didn't cover that stuff, but it got you engaged with the characters, and now that you're in, it becomes more important, right? So I'm happy for that to happen. But that was just, as only playing episode 1, that was my main takeaway. Everything else about the game was great. But as people have told me, episode 2, substantially better than episode 1 in every way. So we'll find out. Hold on. Okay. Oh god. I thought I had to continue from there, and I just hadn't saved over the entire of last stream. Okay. Right, episode 2. Morgan likes 2 things, killing and winning, but then it's like, yes and no. Like, I can see that, but also in my mind, the kind of person who's like that, who just loves real high rushes and stuff like that, she would be doing other stuff. Like, she'd be gambling, she'd be like speeding her car really fast, she'd be doing like dangerous stuff all the time for the thrill. Whereas Morgan never seems to do any of that stuff. She seems as very, like, well composed. Oh, she does gamble. That is true. She does gamble. She does gamble. Yeah, I guess it's like, but is she just like, is it just that she's like, I love the feeling of like killing a person? Like, I don't know. I just don't get that vibe from Morgan. I understand as well she's trying to build a persona that you obviously would not suspect that of her, but we also have access to her like innermost thoughts. So anyway, we'll find out. Hold on, let me move myself down a little bit there. Yeah, she does love owning her rival, Emma. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1. I mean, of course we're gonna play in high roller mode. What do you take me for? A fucking coward? Yeah. Time sensitive choices. Oh god. Oh yes. Sometimes I do think the time sensitive choices are a bit weird, but that's fine. This episode contains testimony segments. Objection. Okay, we heard that before. Yeah. Yeah. Coward mode. I do like they say, like, for the perfectionist, to make it sound like it's not like a bad thing. They're like, oh, you know, if you just want to keep trying and get the perfect score, that's for you. But if you're the kingpin, play like a real gambler, high roller. Julie, you're here. Perfect. Just in time. I was just saying my thoughts on chapter 1. Sum it all down. I thought it was really good, but I think the fact they didn't mention much about her being a killer was kind of odd after chapter 0. Perfect timing. We're just about to play in high roller mode. You missed the inner thought where she let go of all the things she was holding, including the secret shot put ball. The shot put ball killer strikes again. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy your thrill. Disable tutorials. Chat, is there anyone who's played chapter 2? Are there any new tutorials, or is it all the same ones in chapter 1? I'm assuming, I don't know, is there gonna be news? There might be. Okay, let's just keep them on and we'll just, skip through them if we don't care. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Things. Piece of shit still trying to lie to our faces. Mathings is our senator, man. What, still? Shit, hey, wake up. From the top, I guess. Ooh, what's going on here? What? Oh, sorry. What is your name? Ikari. Yeah. What year is it? 2086. What did he say last time? 2027? I hope this stuff's finally working. Dog does know how to shake. You can go... Fa. Again in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked, anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So we calibrated yet or what? No. But we're as close as we're going to get with the equipment this old. You want to get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said, I'm waiting to the reveal that one of these people is Morgan. I won't soften him up in the head. Also, Julie, why did you say shit? It makes it sound like you forgot something. How about it? You still with us, Hound? You're going to feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favour and hold on to the pain. Let go, and the barbitocene will drop you like an anchor. Don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? Oh. Is Morgan the one who got hit? Did she try and do that, like, at the end of episode 1? She gets a text message of someone saying, like, that thing you wanted is owned by gangs, but they're not, it's in town, but they're not going to sell it. And Morgan's like, I'll persuade them. I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. Who is this guy? When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers. Da-dum-tsh. Ah, she does look cute in this outfit. With the mask and the little, like, the streetwear kind of deal. Casual Morgan, exactly. Damn it. You laugh. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. You're lighter. Hmm? You memorized the map? You kept it pretty vague, but yeah. Oh, it's gone. I think I got the gist of it. You're that worried about a paper trail? Proctive Analytics just want a state contract for a new trawling algorithm that can de-anon an entire city block crumbs in less than an hour. Let's go with the terms. Oh, these are the crumbs? Yes, it's the ones before. They're like the cookies. They're like the small cookies. Okay. Anything else we got so far? Profiles? No profiles. Okay. We're fine. She looks great with the ponytail. She really does. Wait, doesn't... Oh, yeah, because she like, ties her hair up, right, before. Yeah, I was going to say, like, where's she hiding all that hair? Let's go on that. Anyway. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can't all be as well read as Reinhard Diamani. Reinhard? Is it Reinar? Is this a French name where you wouldn't pronounce the T? Reinhard Diamani. I'm sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news too. Proposition 492 is gonna be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duties seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice. Did you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promised to take a look at what you sent over. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. Remember, chat. There will be a test at the end of all the articles you read. So, pay attention. With I put this one on as a joke because I thought it'd be funny to put it on, but I feel like it's gonna be A, distracting, and B, if people will come in who did not see the end of episode 1, they're gonna be like, this guy's a fucking pervert. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of how some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436.2D, petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling. Sponsored by Aaron, Houston, and Mayors. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concerns over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye for this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. I didn't change it back, no, because I just closed the game afterwards. I forgot to change it back. It is Rhea's undercover. That's basically the only thing she is under, because, yeah. She needs a fucking bigger dress as well. Proposition 492.1a, funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Sponsored by Chopin, Howe Industries and Wickham. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a percentage increase in sales tax within the city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilising points for the city's canopy, super infrastructure, and house all the largest public transport transit, that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and the street level. This measure is generally viewed favourably by representatives from the lower ward, who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in the target regions. Okay. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and the citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members represent uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that, due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negatives based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Proposition 493.1a, renaming Atlas pillars to honour local community figures. Sponsored by Danford, Johnson, Sung Ho, and Wickham. Nicknamed the Pillars of Community, Boo Project, in the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given in alphanumerical designations based on the streets that they are built on top of. Few members of the City Council have spoken explicitly for or against this measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for the super infrastructure constructs, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker, and it has become rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. Proposition 527.3b. I won't lie to you, I've completely forgotten which one he said we're meant to read, but anyway. Commission of reports of victims of acid snow. Sponsored by Hernandez, Lang, and Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of public consciousness following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously underreported on, while the industrial accidents did not create the snow and did not, in fact, add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes in the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could be one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, fewer of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on part of the corporate leadership. Hello, the real decoy. Hello. I think it was. This is the one that Morgan talked about, right? You know how Morgan was like, hypothetically, if you kill someone once a day, every day for like 20 years, it comes to X amount of people. Just hypothetically. She was like, it doesn't even come close to that one incident where like a factory blew up and killed like 100,000 people or something. Is this related to that? Maybe. Anyway. Yeah. How could you be so calm? A chance like this doesn't come around. Well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards. Is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Outbreak made organised crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks. Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. Because you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. Morgan. Here she is. Any new stuff? She is still criminal, defense attorney. Great bit. Likes power washers, don't we all? Lamb chops, prime numbers, very good. Dislikes lectures, felt and the violin. Plays blackjack, Texas Hold'em, CeeLo, mahjong, and e-card. Oh, I didn't realise Morgan was a mahjong girl. Wait a minute. I didn't realise she knew game. Where? Oh. God damn it. I wanted to find the fucking... Where is it? Where is my video? All green Imperial Mahjong. I can't find... No! Where's it gone?
You should do Rule 34.
That's not what I was looking for. Oh god, we're holding up the stream for so long now. So long for this damn bit. I think YouTube has cancelled her. No results for all grade Imperial Jade Mahjong meme. Oh my god. They've deleted her. They've literally deleted her. They've deleted her off the internet. That's crazy. She was too powerful. The wizard, yeah. Blood is the Mahjong wizard. She's gone. You have the link? Okay, send it. Send me the link. This is very important. Anyway, favorite flowers, the funny looking red ones. Lycorus radiata. Is this like a poisonous flower, or does she actually just like it because it's red? Okay, here we go. Hold on. Xiang. Boom. Imagine this is Morgan at the table. I'm gang. All green Imperial Jade. Ah, incredible. Sorry, we had to stop there purely for that. Thank you. Anyway, and then she likes her eggs fried and runny. You can't have your eggs both fried and runny. Don't be ridiculous. I guess you can, actually. I don't really eat eggs. So that's... I was like, you know what? Actually, you can have that. I don't know why I said you couldn't. I'm not a flower knower, but I think the spider lilies have medicinal properties and are probably poisonous in large quantities. I'm trying to work out if she likes them because of how they look, or if it is like sickly. It's like one of those things where it's like, oh, I just like it, but actually they're super poisonous and can kill people. And I've killed 12 people using this flower. Anyway. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop chops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? Or mods aren't being printed to demand. Mods being the prosthetics. Yeah, seen that before. It's replacement parts, not the mods that the Rusts harvest. Vitruvian, How, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. Hence the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response, the blue blood sensing escalation. Sorry, I can't speak today. But that's just my hypothesis. But that's just a theory. A Damani theory. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney? We'll call it a formal theory. Rust. The domestic criminal organisation known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sets, and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organisations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members were suspected of racketeering under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust's component cells, or pods. Megs is fun. Yeah, I like Megs a lot. For mega corporations, that's good. I think mods is pretty good as well for modifications. It works out pretty well. Crumbs is silly, but like it's a joke, right? The whole point is it's a small version of a cookie, so they call it a crumb. I don't like ad. Well, I don't mind saying ads, I guess, but like I always trip over it. I don't know why. Like an automated dependent. It seems weird you call it an ad. But yeah, Megs is good. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organisation, as many argue that the gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organised planning. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations in illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. They are particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has, fortunately, limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. However, in People v. Harmonicae Systems, the state alleged that Harmonicae had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Interesting, okay? It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent. Down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How's this part go again? Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal pain. Through me, the way among the lost. From Inferno Canto 3. Insane Limbus Company reference. Crazy. Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal pain. Through me, the way among the lost. So I'm assuming, I have not read Dante's Inferno. I'm assuming this is put on the gates to hell. Is the next bit like abandon hope, or ye who enter here? Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That's the official forecast. I like the silhouette with the ponytail is really good as well. Clearly they made chapter 1 and then they saw, I don't know, like fan art or something. We're like, you know what? We're gonna make some new designs for because they looked really good. More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy. Every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted, cloying attachment. There's an honesty to all the human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. So I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you now, Red. But still, it's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Cut to her being fucking in a toilet, being hit in the head with a fucking hammer. Quite literally a bird's eye view, rather. Be the cyberpunk. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it is and actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town, as long as you're trying to. Reynard's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own here on out. It's gonna be one of these 3 buildings. Let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me, with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. How about you use your flippin' sense of direction? Am I right? Haha! Okay. Well, this does not look very inviting, but let's go ahead and examine it. The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too, so it could be that it's just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there, for the most part. Could pass as an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Okay. Well, this place looks like shit. It's so funny if that's all she said and moved on. Looks more like a haunt just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man. I was going to say man-made for some reason. A made man. Respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Okay. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple of bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's suddenly dark. There's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just a mechanic's garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Okay. Hold on, let's look at... What was this one? Orca. Organized Criminal Associate is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations supplanting technology used during the first half of the 21st century in accordance with changes to the organizations of, recruitment for, and internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty. I was gonna say, like, you're really kind of, as orcs, or the more common orcas, law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, kale. Buddy, come on, a kale? Or a KW. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be labelled a den. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? You know it's never going well when you have the heartbeat sound effects playing. Ow. What the hell? It's like a fucking biblically accurate angel. What am I looking at? Oh, never mind. Okay. Who the heck is this? This little cutie pie right here. Hey! Hmm? Great acting. You supposed to be the lookout? Red Hood! What do you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas that makes an effort to remember someone, or to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Kid? Question mark? Maybe a child. Maybe just a very small person. Go away? At least they can take direction. Whatever. A lookout being around just confirms I've picked the right building. Time to try the door. Or to make them open up. Call, money, knock. I mean, look. Look, let's just be sensible about this. Let's just give them a call. You're at a door. Call the doorbell. Hey! You have... Okay, that's not what I meant. That's not... Fuck, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, no. You open? Maybe not for me. Okay. I'm not going to just flash money about. Let's knock. Hello? No answer. Should I have tried knocking in a pattern? Shave and a haircut. No, that'd be silly. Okay, fine. Flash your fucking cash at the door. I have money. Actually, I have a dark card. What the fuck is a dark card? That sounds like something that like a crypto fucking bro made up for, like, if you're on the dark web, use a dark card to access your Bitcoin wallet. And fucking use your slurp juice to mint new monkey NFTs. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt. Footsteps. Something. I place my hand against the door absent-mindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked. Perhaps a doorknob palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? Well, In my favorite visual novel, Umineka, When They Cry, they address this exact situation. You don't even know what a dark card is, you bozo? It's so bullish. It's true. It's so bullish. First, you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally you... Ah, forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. I am legit on edge every time, like, new dialogue comes up that it's going to fucking be another Umineko reference. After they've already hit me twice with fucking 2 separate Umineko references, I'm like a deer in the headlights. I'm just fucking like a rabbit that suddenly heard a noise. I'm all jittery. The door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Always blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery. Ooh. With blaring musical accompaniment. Okay, what kind of fucking voice would this guy have? He doesn't really look like a criminal. Don't get... Okay. What about hey, don't get any ideas, bro. Got no vacancy. I feel like that's the same voice I do for all of them. Fuck. And here I thought I'd find my dream home. Mr. Call me Trey. And too bad, we're closed this month. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Profiles, Trey. Occupation, freelancer. Likes vending machines, skate parks, and ice chips. He's one of those weirdos who just eats ice raw. Dislikes rich kids, fried food. You dislike fried food. You are like a psychopath. Who dislikes all fried food? And cops. Loitering, 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny, that's how you say it. 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy, no instance on record. Oh, what a nice guy. Do the Shoma voice? Okay, we'll give him the Shoma voice. Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and you, see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. Oh, it's fucking... I should do, like, science, bitch. Jesse Pinkman in here. Oh, sorry, he just sighs... he sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honoured, but I can't find in myself to be offended either. And of stray ducks who are paid top for a site to lay low for a night or 2. I can see why. So this is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curiouser. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is. Seriously, stuff it in your pocket, now. Let's try deflecting. Let's try and mentally outwit him in a game of intellectual chess. Look, I was wearing it. Why so nervous, though? We're not. I mean, I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about, then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves, too. So that's their game. It isn't a power move, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Okay, well, which one are we gonna go? I'm feeling this one feels too forceful. This one I think is a little too middle of the road. I want to go with this one. I think this one's pretty strong. That's not happening. Bitch. Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it. You're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. Through here? Yeah. Hey, I'll get the door. Who the hell is this guy? I like his like wacky Chinese dragon tattoo. It's like he's like, give me a fucking cool ass Chinese dragon tattoo, but get a little silly with it. Get a little silly with it. I think she never takes her gloves off because the future is full of sickos who are into hands. Can't say I blame her. You know what? I think you're right, Julie. I think if you think about these days, people are into feet. I think it's only natural by like 2040, people being into feet will be normalized, and then people have to find new fetishes. And then people are going to go on to hands. Hands are going to become the new thing. It is the OMS dragon. I like that he also color matched his bandage with his tattoo. Ah, who the hell is this? Hold on, we're getting all new characters today. Okay. Oh my god, who is this? Well, I like the blood drops here, even though they probably do like each represent you killed a person, but still. Howdy. Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out the canopy like a ripe as shit fruit. Because if she didn't fall out the damn sky, that means Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Thanks. Come on, she. How hard is it to not open a goddamn door? Oh fuck, he's fucking crazy. Even his tattoo is scared. Okay, tanks. Oh, he's a big lad. 191 centimeters. I see why they call him tanks. Handyman. Likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, and cops. Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months, juvenile correctional campus. Wait, how old is this guy? I have just landed in a JoJo episode, it's true. Is the weight including the mods? I don't know. Because 101 kilograms for a 191 centimeter thick guy makes sense. That seems like a reasonable weight for someone who's like 6'4", 6'5" to be. And he is like a muscular dude, right? But to my mind, the mods cannot be that heavy because you have to move them around with your arm. Like if your hand here suddenly weighed like 30 kilograms, like how the fuck are you moving it? Like unless the rest, like, because the rest of your arm is normal, right? It just connects at the wrist or whatever. Like it has to be like a light alloy that just like is about the same weight as a human hand. Otherwise, it would throw you off balance as well. Also, like he has a little like shark talisman attached to his gun. Well, she has. Shut up. Why is he doing this face? And do they all wear these like neon light blue bandages? Okay. Huh. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette? It's laced with drugs. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop? They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover? I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that won't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? I mean, obviously we're gonna hit that shit. Don't mind if I do. I love free shit. I mean, we have to mainly for the aura farming. Oh shit. Our field of view has gone blurry. That's how you know you've taken drugs. This is how it works in real life as well. Well. Hey. That bitch, breathe. But you offered. Trey, who the hell is this? This red bitch. really, imaginative up here, aren't they? You trying to jinx us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. Why'd you have to bring her here in tonight? There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well, Creek, she's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Creek, talk to me. She's got a dark card. Huh? Sorry, hold on. Did that come through the mic? I don't know if that whistle's gonna come through. I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner's got, which one's Trey? I ran the cereal downstairs. The scanner's got hot like a handle trying to crunch it, so it's legit, right? A dark card, huh? I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. What are the specifics of their leadership structure? They're all looking to this Creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. Why is Trey a Gaku? Well, because I didn't know what voice to give him. So, so he's... For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, Creek? With all the other shit we're expected to shovel? Hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer? You think the word was old toothpaste the way he spat it out. Translation, outsider. Thanks. Yeah, Miller, I know. Oh, let's look at Miller. Tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegum, and terrariums. He is... Okay, yeah. Dislikes bookies, gin, and cops. You don't like gin? Outrageous. Likes vandalism, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Damn, this guy fucking sucks at getting away with stuff. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on record. Well, that's nice. Oh, sorry, and Creek. Creek, entrepreneur. Likes making money, making friends. Don't we all? Dislikes doctors. Okay, bit of an odd thing to hate. Grand theft, case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion, case dismissed due to witness recanting. Pronouns, any. Well, look, we love our woke criminals, our woke mob boss. It's 2088, folks. These days, your mob boss can be any kind of pronoun. Creek is kind of your goat. He seems like a chill guy, which is gonna really suck that I gave him like the weird, funny, like Elvis voice. But anyway, it's fine. Is crime woke? I think in a dystopian capitalist society, a lot of crime actually is kind of woke. But you know, we aren't ready for that conversation yet. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now. So why not take her money? What? I got a better idea. Apply it directly to forehead. Ooh, I like this shot. The loud one, Tanks, is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. That's a fun shot. So this is like the gun and then obviously the skull. Is this her brain here? Why has she got like a second brain inside? The cutaways are really nice. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. Everyone's got a second smaller brain piloting the bigger brain. I mean, that makes sense. Like, how else could the brain work? We work because we have a brain, and our brain works because it has a brain itself. You think that's just the fusing lines on the skull or the bone? Nah, I think it's a secondary brain. Yeah, someone did mention that the cutaways are 100% a Monogatari reference, which I have to fully believe because of the amount of other references they have in this game. Like, whoever made this game, they fucking love anime and visual novels. And try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholsters his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety. Get screwed. So, we good? Why does he give off like ete bleh kind of energy? You know what I mean? Like, hee, I'm just a small little guy. Like, why is he giving off this fucking, like, hand at the back of the neck? Kind of, yeah. We're good. We are good. Right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts beneath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Look at these lads here. Okay, what we got? Nothing here. Oh, pester. Should we start immediately pestering the guy? No, we'll do that last. Let's observe you. You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Torture. You gonna suggest people put it down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? You got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. Okay, hold on. They're throwing a lot of jargon at us. Crico. Showing results for Combating Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act. Okay, so this is to do with the fact that they said earlier there were new laws put in place that, like, if you can get one person on a job, you can then call down the entire group because they made it a terrorist cell, right? They basically made all organized crime the equivalent of terrorism. So now if they get you on one charge, they can get the entire team. The Combating Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organization Act provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individuals charged of racketeering, contraband smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off previous legislation designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organised crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organisations and corporations that may be operating in violations of the law, considered necessary to adapt to changes in drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. So they're like, okay, so if there's organised crime and someone does something wrong, you can bring the entire organised crime team down. But if it's a corporation, nah. So, guys, you can't just take everyone down because there was one bad CEO. Okay, like, guys, we have a company to run here. It's bad for business. Before the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive marketing or cartel-like behaviour as criminal organisations, arguing their structure does not significantly differ from what would be called a mafia. Post-CRICO, corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviours and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organisations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to the relatively higher penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all their assets being acquired by the state. Users also frequently searched for how to avoid Crico charges easy 2086. Prisoner Dilemma explained, is it illegal to gather with people? Guys, it's not a criminal organization. It's just a collection of people that I and some others gather together with similar aims. There's nothing organized about it. And then Meg is, the mega corporation. Yeah. This is one of my favorite parts as well. Check out it's tired of having to read anti-industrial sentiment on the net. Check out our auto-censor tools that replace harmful words like Meg with family-friendly alternatives like job creator or patriot. That's such a fucking great line. Rico is a real-life thing. So this is like a response to someone managing to charge a corporation. I see, okay, and then the Crico part is like them adding a C because it's corporation on top. I didn't realize it's a real-life thing. Interesting. Is that an American law? Is that something that, like, if you're American, you'd know? He's corrupting the Crico acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Given a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on, and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. I eat random berries. Thank you for resubscribing. Being subscribed for 3 months. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing okay. And I hope you have not been poisoned by the random berries that you eat, I assume, on a regular basis. I assume holding that title, that username, means you have to at least eat like random berries once a week. You know, it's like an obligation thing. Not yet, let's go. Huge. Not poisoned. Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. Okay. Remark. Did I interrupt the game? What's your poison? 5 card? Full blind? Monaco rules? Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we've got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell? You go slumming for card games? Now and then. Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s? Sorry, must have been some other redhead. Damn. Thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practice that one a lot? Practice it a little. How's it working? Wink. I'm the sexy one. Keep practicing. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was a way to charge mafia bosses with organized crime done by those below them. It's such a weird, like, dichotomy, right? Like, the idea of having organized crime where everyone knows who the mafia boss is and, like, the whole structure. But, like, we're like, well, everyone knows you're a criminal. But, like, until we, like, have some evidence proving it conclusively, but, like, we don't even have to prove it. Like, we just have to prove that someone we know works for you did it, then we can bring you all down. Even though we already know you all down. Like, we're bringing you all down because we know you're all involved in crime. But even though we know you're all involved in crime, we can't do it until, like, the barest justification of someone else who you paid, who's employed by someone else, when they fuck up, then we can bring you all down. But yeah, it's just a funny, like, you know, weird, like, pseudo-justification. Okay. Let's talk to the lad. You good, buddy? You're looking a little sweaty. That's just because I was exercising before you showed up. I did 1,000 push-ups. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend Rosales down here? I assume the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. I think we can afford to break the bank on bullets. We are down in the fucking slums. You can't afford bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the triggers, also easy. Like kissing it goodbye. I'll rat you out the first chance it gets. Or it will rat you out the first chance it gets. Oh, so they're expensive in a... If I get this right, it's more like... It's expensive in like a crime... Like, how do you even say it? Like a crime sense? Like, every shot you take is an increased risk that someone can prove evidence that you did something. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week. However, beneath them it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights. I mean, this is, you know... I do like that idea. That makes for a much cooler world. Where, like... Also, I should move my chat, so I didn't realise he was literally in the guy's face. Hold on. I like the idea of a world where... Where's it going to be easier? Like here? Where's it going to cut... Fuck, I don't know if there's a good place for this. Maybe I will just leave it up there. Can I shrink it? Nah, it's going to be too small, right? You know what? I'll leave it up there and I'm sure it'll be fine. There is a cool idea about delete all chatters. About, like... Because guns start having smart chips, everyone... Like, it's a lot harder to use guns. So everyone just use melee weapons. Which is, like, interesting. And also, it makes for a much cooler world where, like, instead of everyone just shooting each other, all these, like, rough and tumble, poor gangs all have, like, weird-ass mods that help them, like, fight each other with. Which is, you know, pretty cool. I wonder if we're going to see... Because I know they love referencing things. Do you think we're going to get a Mantis Arms reference? Or a Mantis Blade? Fist fights as juvie. Sounds like a recess shit. Sorry. Fisticuffs? Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sounds of steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right. Sorry. I'm going to pester him last, but let's check the door. That door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? What was that originally? Oh, sorry. That was a walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's barred from this side. It's Metal Gear Rising rules. Everyone uses swords after SOP. I mean, that's so much cooler. Guns are lame. Guns suck. In an urban sprawl environment, guns suck. I want cool mods and fighting on swords. You waiting for someone with mods until I say, I never asked for this. Hey. Hey. Hey, tanks. Hey. Hey. Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey. What? Nothing. You're just kind of glaring at me. Guns are very lame. Like, what is the coolest gun? I hate to say it because I think people were true online. They said it's the Western equivalent of a samurai, but revolvers are very cool. But it is the Western equivalent of a katana. Like when Ocelot is talking about how cool the revolver is, it's like some guy in the West talking about how a samurai sword is folded 1,000 times. Otherwise, until they invent fucking laser guns, I'm saying revolver is the best gun. And we are kind of close to laser guns, but they're not really like handheld. You can get like a giant ass laser on the back of a ship. But that's about as far as they got. They have not made it portable size yet. He also said, Rah! I think that was Snake. Do you think it's crazy that we've spent like billions across the world, billions of dollars making giant laser weapons that you like put on the back of like battleships, and the main use is just for destroying drones. Like, it's you'd think like a really cool laser gun, it'd be like, yeah, this is like used for like satellites to destroy cities or some shit. And it's like, now we just use it because it's cost effective to shoot down drones. And you're like, oh, okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad it's not blowing up cities. I want to say that as a record. But it's just funny that like every advancement in like technology for the last like 40 years has just been about making things cheaper. Just cost efficiency. Railguns are pretty cool. Unfortunately, they don't exist in real life no matter how much every single country tries to make them happen. Stop giving them ideas. It's so crazy that like the concept of a railgun has been around for like, I think like 100 years. And in every single sci-fi universe of all time, like railguns are like the default gun that everyone uses. But like, no matter what people do, they can't seem to get them to work, even though the concept is so straightforward. It just, I don't know what's stopping it. It just doesn't, they just can't figure it out. It's my job to glare at sussy bitches like you. Thanks is just superstitious. But I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. Super, I'm not. Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again? I didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code. It's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. I think you saw a YouTube video that you didn't click on. that makes... There's a lot of those. Yeah, I think that is it. I think it's the barrels wear down too quickly. The power's too much. But I think there's also something about, like, they just can't... Like, they can't get the accuracy. Or like the length or something? I don't know. All I remember is watching a video and it's like, yeah, the American army spent like $50 billion trying to make it and they gave up in like fucking 2018. After like 30 years of trying to do it. Yeah, I mean, he's wearing... Buddy, you're wearing like a dark... It's like, you're wearing red. This is not red, okay? This is a reddish beige. It's very different. And he's wearing a pink fucking... He better not say, like, it's bad luck to wear red because it stands out or some shit. Because this motherfucker is a walking neon light. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Now, you see the Red Hood, then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is... weird, but it won't doom you. Who the fuck is the Red Hood? Actually, I'm wearing mauve, okay? Fucking play Colorado once in your life. Then you'll know this isn't red. As for naval railguns, the US decided they don't have the material science, the required fire rate and barrel requirements, but both Japan and China have railguns on ships now. Yeah, I think the video I saw, they were like, America gave up on it, but other countries have tried to, have like started picking it up from where they left off. But I still have not seen good evidence of it actually working. According to all known laws of physics, there should be no way a railgun should be able to fire. Its magnets are too small to get its fat little round off the chamber. The railgun, of course, fires anyway, because railguns don't care what humans think is impossible. True. Excellent copy and pasta use there. That's a +2 for me. Great. It'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard of this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You are blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami? Grim Reaper of the lower wards? Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. There's probably a better way to sing that, but that's fine. Come on, creep. Don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? It's like the fucking raincoat killer from Deadly Premonition. Oh shit, okay. Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers? Wanders the wards seeking revenge? Misted. That's to be killed, right? I think we had this one before. Yeah. No? Never. What even uptowners knew this stuff? You're gonna tell me you never heard of the Cyberpunk or the Little Lord next? Wait, I want to hear about the Little Lord. What the hell is that? The Cyberpunk. Yeah, this is about how, like... Yeah, we had so much. It's just about how, like, the idea of the cyberpunk grew into, like, a mythological figure, and then people, like, start to, like, try and pretend to be him. Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man, sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find her? Oh, did you mean stepladder? Oh my god, they did it again. They did the callback. No! It's so fucked up. Not only did they reference it again, but the fact that they referenced it more than once is itself a reference. Because the joke in Ace Attorney is that they say it 3 times. So the fact that it's been referenced multiple times is it's a meta reference of a reference. Oh my god. And then the 3rd time is going to be Morgan. She's going to be with fucking Sarah. And Morgan's going to be like, actually, isn't this a stepladder? And Sarah's going to be like, Morgan, there's no time for such ridiculous technicalities. We got like a thing to do. Did you mean stepladder? Now who's afraid? You look pale as spit. Because for some reason, I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. Alright, come here, I'll pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Ding! Waitress? Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 PM, diners filter out, doors close at 10. Y'all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes, expecting you to find him a table. Bro, when I used to work at a cinema, and this would fucking happen, I would die inside. It's like 10 minutes until like food stops, and you're like, let me just start cleaning up, because like no one's gonna come in. And then at like fucking 10:50 PM, like an hour after all the movies have started, some fucker comes out of middle of the movie and is like, excuse me, can I get like a double popcorn, please? And you're like, fuck you, honestly. Why are you ordering more popcorn halfway through the film? That would fuck me up. That would fuck me up. Yeah? Yeah. Asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy. A paying customer. Happy to have you. Just read the room, okay? Sure. And no haggling. Now, what you here for? Well, I'll be honest about that. Yeah, so if you didn't see the thing right at the end of chapter 1, I think I said this earlier, but just to reframe, she got a message on her phone from her contact, who I'm pretty sure was the guy we talked to earlier. No? No? Wait, is he not on here? What the fuck? Whatever his name was, you know the guy. Anyway, the guy. Who was like, hey, that thing you've always been looking for has come into town, but it's bad news because the gangs have brought it in because some shit's going down. So I don't think you're going to be able to get it off them. And she's like, I have my ways. So, we'll see how it goes. Time to build a story. This Creek seems a lot less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple of promotions under his belt. He might be on a 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seems entertained by my poke at the big guy. What's the that thing trope even called? I mean, it depends what it turns out to be, right? Because you could call it like a doohickey or something, but that's only if it's like a magical thing that does things. At the moment, we don't even know what it is, right? It's just a prize she wants. Putting all that together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better. The hell you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping at that volume could damage your ears. If you not learn, this is not OSHA compliant. Chekhov's thing, exactly. You'll end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked enough of your shitty roll to... I was going to say fall over, but you seem... sober? Me? You got chrome lungs or something? I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of thrill. Oh. Thing ex machina. That's also a good one. It's also a good one. You can do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it? Shit, you must have been popular in school. Not exactly. But clearly I'm not invincible. I'd never talk about myself if I wasn't at least a little stoned. My bad. We usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit of who our customers are. Thanks for making me the exception. Now, like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. Ha! That sucks. Does your regional manager want made to order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party. Hell's that supposed to mean? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. That's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller... Stand up. Raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring me oddly, looking at me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something. See, normally I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but... bosses, right? Yeah. Mine have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, round the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe? Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared it on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town? Guess I was just being careful around new faces. Alright. You'll let me keep it? I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder, though. Why a high-powered corporate mover-shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go across the skywalk to the nearest... fuck. Ikaria? The nearest Ikaria... Ikaria. Ikaria. The nearest Ikaria-owned dispensary. Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Ikaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but... well, I can read behind the lines. They're the competition. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. So look, blue blood. An international crime organisation known for extorting companies through shipping ports. The international criminal organisation, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dock worker unions. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreased job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe, combined with improvements to border security, made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Historians and criminologists debate the exact origin of the Blue Bloods, and even among ex-members there remains debate about which side approached which or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct entity. What is agreed upon is by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port across the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for the time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. This is the same time period that also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak and has remained so long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expending the resources it would take to change the status quo. Interesting that they call themselves Blue Bloods, when Blue Blood, to my knowledge, or my context for it, is for aristocracy. Used to say someone has blue blood if they're meant to be, like, noble. Which seems like completely like, the opposite of what these guys are. I don't know if it's meant to be ironic. I mean, sure. Everyone knows the Ikaria have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realise they had a monopoly, too. Hey, get it straight. The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So, what will it be? I love this thinking face. I love the fact as well that Sarah obviously copies this thinking face as well. Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it would be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Okay, look. I might express my ignorance here. Why would you buy downers for a party, right? Aren't downers meant to make you, like chill and relaxed and, like, sleepy? Surely you just want, like, mainly uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We've got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, they can stir it into their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What you got on the other end? Got plenty. As long as they don't mind hippos. This drug speak is getting crazy. I can't keep up with them these days. You know, you had laughing gas and fucking galaxy gas, whatever, that's fine, but now we're talking about hippos? Hey bro, you ever fucking... You hit the most recent hippo? Oh, hypodermics. That's such a stupid... Hypodermics, they narrow it down to hippos? That is so dumb. Hypodermics. I feel like these baby shark types get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our bestseller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so... Oh, nerve is for Nirvana. I see. Nirvana. They very much... They really, They're front-loading a lot of, like, info dumping on us. I guess it's to get ready for the setting. Nirvana drug. Showing results for... Metahexphenylyl. Metahexphenylyl. Fuck me, bro. Metahexphenyl. Why do I keep saying phenyl? Methyl-hexphenyl. This is embarrassing because I have to say these quite often. Names like these. I remember hearing something like crocodile, like it's dangerously addictive enough to make your skin dissolve. Yeah, that's crocodile. Crocodile. It's a drug that like literally dissolves your limbs. The thing is, chemicals are all tongue twisters, but normally, it's quite easy to you split it down, right? So you have meta, you have hex, and then you have phenylyl. So it's metahexphenylyl. just call it fentanyl. I mean, that's basically what it is, right? Is an illegal stimulant sold on the black market as a recreational drug under the street name Nirvana, sometimes shortened to Nerve. POV, you are Elon Musk when he asks, do you like Neon Genesis Evangelion? Fuck, I fucking stumbled over that one. Anyway, when taken as an inhalant, it is a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. In recent months, its growing popularity has led many to suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. The process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent rampant speculation on the pharmaceuticals market. However, increases in the sales of the precursor chemicals for making metahexafenol seems to indicate its producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals have made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. Possession, production of, use of, or trafficking in methahexafenol is a crime. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics law are not granted amnesty. Okay, I gotta take this is I gotta take this off now. Okay, what do we want? Do we want the It's Morgan Time charm? Do you want the Fran charm? Do you want the classic Emma charm? Do you want the Let's Go Sarah charm? We had the Emma charm quite a while. Maybe we should have the Let's Go Sarah charm. We have the London Head Empty, the Reyes Angie, the AD Handle with Care. Oh, this is the guy. Diamani Cheers. I mean, that's a great one as well. And then, of course, Ray's undercover. Anyway, let's go Sarah. Let's go Sarah. Very adorable. You use the Morgan charm, so you can't use... that's fine. In the first chapter, I used the Emma one, so it's fine. I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? He's trying to upsell. He's a businessman, Morgan. He's going to upsell you. Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. That wears tablet like this. He almost looks white collar. That checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so. Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. So how the hell did you get your hands on it, Morgan? Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. Looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognized it is because they got flashed all the time back in my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. What the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An admirable mark, spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. Finally, someone noticed. It's nice, right? It's called Cherrywood. Redid the paint myself with a finish I had imported. It is a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweight. Oh, yeah, that. You like it? Obviously. It's 2088, the cyberpunk future of the, you know, of our dreams. Who doesn't like a cool-ass samurai sword? Sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity. Though it's not exactly gleaming. Have you considered giving it a polish? That would be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-worn prize. Prize? It's not yours? Something I picked up on the job. Poland mentioned. Scream if you love Poland. A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay. That's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Smirk. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? The card's still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too, apparently. Battery's plummeting. Buh. Dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Okay. We've had 2 hours. I think this is I imagine this is going to fucking break out into a big action scene or something, so this is a good time for a break, I think. I worked in a game jam game a while ago with a friend who spoke very little English and was really confused when he kept talking about Polish people. Or Polish people. I can see that being very confusing, yes. I blame Poland. Anyway, I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. I will see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Chat, I was just looking through various social media, and I just saw a post, a Steam review of High Guard, which means I might have to check it out. It sounds like my kind of game. It says, not recommended, a DEI MOBA made for mentally ill communists who don't know what a woman is. Sweet Baby Inc. loves this game. What? What the? What? What kind of fucking review? What? But clearly this man who is against all DEI and Sweet Baby Inc. knows what a woman is? That's a bit that throws me off. Look, saying it's like DEI or whatever, but then you're like, oh, these woke people who appeal to feminists, they don't know what a woman is. But surely, what? Surely they're the ones who would know. Like, whatever. It's just literally just a complete word salad of just buzzwords. Insane. And the funny thing is, like from what I've seen of it, it's literally just like Apex. I guess it just has women in the game. I don't know what. Yeah, it's the most generic looking thing of all time. I don't even understand what he's upset about. Anyway, fucking, it's all cooked. It's all cooked, folks. All right. Let's get back into it. All right. Definitely doing his previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Before I palmed it off his corpse from Morgan. Huh? Sorry, hold on. I missed. Oh, the dark card. So I thought she meant the samurai sword. Okay, yeah, so she killed someone with a black card. I see, that's how she got it. Okay. Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with all this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference. Ah ha ha ha. Good on you, ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification, and we're golden. There a problem? Are you telling me you've never used the fucking black card before, Morgan? You didn't realise it needed 2 thumbs and a password? Oh no. Morgan really living in fucking the year of our Lord 2088 and didn't think there would be second factor authentication? Yeah. Is there a problem? No problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Blue Bloods had gotten something special in recently. Can't trust anything you hear out there. Or read. Or see. No, of course not. But is it true? A no mask? A no mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on, what could it even cost? A couple of thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. Yeah, because you got no talent. Oh! But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about this fucking pose, man? What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist, which, they don't. If you want a mask, you already got one on your chin, lady. State puts up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower. Back and forth, up the escalators. But a no mask's got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-Facial Recognition Fractalized Active Defense, or AFRAFAFADAD. Any camera, scan, or ad looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. And then, yes, the ad. Yeah. Speaking of ads, that was Sarah. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you can just walk down the busiest street in the city. Classical Japanese masked dance drama. No is a world-renowned, translated literally as ability. Interesting. So did the other guy get it wrong, or what? Is a world-renowned form of Japanese dance theatre with traditions and codified performances dating back to the 14th century. Strictly regulated by the Iamoto system, in which a single heir inherits all authority, mastery, and secret techniques of their predecessor. No's strict adherence to the tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypal costumes and masks and must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted such that a single static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror by merely angling the head differently. It's a cubicle mask. I don't understand how this throws off the cameras. I'm assuming they're like special no masks. It isn't literally just one of those ones you see, you know, in culture. And brick every camera in half a kilometer. I mean, wouldn't that also give you away? Like, if you're walking down, if a camera notices you and suddenly just dies, isn't that going to, by the absence of cameras, also just give you away? I mean, it won't give you away, but it will, like, you know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easy. So, how much? More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I've got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. The camera sees a million faces, so it's not going to give you away before it dies. No, it's not that, like... So it won't give you away, but, like, if you're trying to stay discreet, and then, like, there's a very conspicuous path of cameras dying across the route you're taking, people are going to be like, this is weird. Like, what's going on with this? You know what I mean? But, like, obviously you employ it in a subtle way. You're not going to walk down the high street, because if you walk down the busiest high street and 10,000 cameras immediately died out, people are going to be like, what the fuck's going on? But obviously you use it for more subtle things. And, like, a dead camera in, like, a random alley, no one's going to give a shit about, right? End the discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for. But things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the back of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit! What? What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine, I always want to say genuine, if it's, like, drawn out, a genuine consultant. She's some kind of mega spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say it now, could I? Oh shit! Is it really this easy? Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason why I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase? Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or is it something you were born with? something I was born with. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Morgan. Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currencies on it that it holds. And why is that? To steal from your bosses? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance. You want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the card for the mask. Not even close. The card plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly... Nah, sister, you don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but... Not cash, then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. What'd she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in this country, at some Meg's beck and call. Upgraded to narco-terrorist now. Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up. Seriously? No. Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak? To learn from him, make an example of him, hire him? You blue bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Ikeria, the state, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yet heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him? Nothing you'd want to ask him? If he was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains... loud noises. Okay, everyone. Prep yourself. Flashes of light. Okay. Everyone squint your eyes. Depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. I thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card, it's just... That mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honour of hanging on to it until... Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. That was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Our plan is we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask is always a long shot. I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh, yeah. I made a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Viewer discretion advised. And then fucking that anime wow noise with the little thumb thingy here. Okay, there we go. Real quick, before I forget, do you have a bag for all this? Yeah, actually got a few in this drawer. The hell? I need to distract him for a second. What is this fucking face? She looks like Gollum. Less than one heartbeat. Smile. Oh, she's drawn a little shark face on it with the fin is this and the eye is there. That's cute. I love this face. I did tell him to mind the safety. Oh shit, he stole it from Tanks. Oh, that's why it's the shark one. Okay. Oh. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy shit! Boom. Oh! He jumped up fast. I was going to blow his head off. From behind, a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcasted haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must got used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dully onto my shoulder. As I place my knife directly into his carotid. Oh shit, is that the knife sticking out of his neck? He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really going to try and pull it out? Someone's been stabbed. What do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. As a prescription, that's very nice. That's very nice. This game has an incredible sense of style. Heart. Another bad instinct. I mean, to be fair, it's one of these things I feel like is always always talked about in things that are like, oh, don't remove the thing because you let the blood come out. But then also I feel like if you're in like a high emergency situation where you have to be very active, I think I've heard like if you have like a bladed thing in you, if you start running around, it's going to start cutting shit up inside you as well, right? So you're meant to stay still. But I've never understood, like, if you're in, like, a combat scenario and you're like, I need to be running around, punching, dodging, and jumping, I feel like in that case, it's probably better to, like, take it out and then plug the wound and then try and keep fighting. I mean, I don't know. I'm no, bloodologist. Oxygen's cut off the brain. Already losing vision. The Count's plays to avoid being stabbed in the first place. You know what? You raise a good point. Uh-oh. Red. And dropped. With all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of a dumpster. So that just leaves... It's moved a muscle. Newest member. Weakest in the pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 20/20. The gun's double-barreled. 2 shots, spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. What the hell? Why not? Oh, shit. Cinema. Oh, shit! That's what I said. Though, come to think of it, How do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh, fuck! Of the devil. Cinema. It's due. Oh, shit. Episode 2. His due. cinema. It is nice that you get like a look into Morgan's mind when she's killing. But again, it's the same thing where it's like, I guess these are different kills, because before she's talked about killing for pleasure, but it didn't really seem like there was any enjoyment in what she was doing there. I mean, she kind of smiled, but like in her inner thoughts, it was all very clinical. It was like, do this, do this, do this. So again, I don't fully understand why she kills. But then to be fair, this was like a what would you call it? A kill for business. Let's put it that way. It was a long intro into the title drop, but you know what? It earned it. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and stopped dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but well, it was my first time with a sword. I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the sound of gunfire. And that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still had tags, they couldn't possibly be functioning properly. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first. Gloves, back. She is just a woman with hobbies. Gah! Shit! Wow. Someone's lively. Sorry, that's the wrong voice. You fuck. Who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? A cruelty, under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed. There are rules, I thought. Blood's pooling fast. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You're no mega assassin. You're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Grey Lady? Grey Fox? All that red. Should have... You the Rust's newest rabid dog? Caribou? It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're... civilian? Where's the mask? What? Go to hell. You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys? A civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. Oh shit, you learn something new every day. You think it's the killing and getting away with it she likes? You think she likes just like outwitting people? Or like the system? So you're just out of your goddamn mind. I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude? You seemed like you can take it. The key clicks into the small safe. I pull up on the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important? Huh, so considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Okay. I was joking. 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is. A gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So that's it. You, all of this, all of us. For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. Ooh. Oh, cool. It's one of those like yeah, like those sci-fi masks where it's completely black, and then I guess you like project a face on it. Would you feel better if I'd killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach? Would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment, the surface seems to writhe. Aura farming in the middle of a murder spree seems unprofessional. It's true. Well, that's why he knows she's not a corp assassin. A corp assassin doesn't give a shit about... They don't enjoy it, right? They enjoy it as a job, whereas obviously Morgan takes a good deal of pleasure in doing this. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? suppose it makes sense, you wanting a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside... Creak, buddy, what are we doing? What is this? I may be a member of a criminal organization, but you were really mean and ugly on the inside. I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling. Being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you, Heartbreak. I see you, Jake Sully. Yeah, big, bad, faceless Heartbreak. I'm just a mass punk, but even I... Don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. First honest thing you've said. So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories out the window. You go around killing you because your daddy smack you around? Your mummy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. That's how you know that's how you know you got a normal person. When they're like, hey, my mother hugged me a sufficient amount as a kid. I'm not crazy. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. Now what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you... Oh my fucking god. How many times you've eaten bread? Dio! How many breads have you eaten? How many lives have you killed, Dio? How many how many breads have you eaten in your life, Jojo? Actually, can we even get the... Hold on. We can probably play the fucking quote. Where is it? Chat, I actually have a leak here. I have a premiere leak of the Japanese dub of The Devil. Right here to show right to stream. First ever viewing. Here we go.
一体何人の命をその傷のために吸い取った。お前は今まで食ったパンの枚数を覚えているのか。
There you go. But just in case you have not known. Hold on. I'll put it up here. It is, you guessed it, another reference. A reference to the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where they ask the vampire, how many people did you kill to heal? And he goes, how many breads have you eaten in your life? Dio! That is from part 1. That is JoJo part 1. It literally is a motherfucking JoJo reference. How many times have you eaten bread? Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch. Got him. Fucking own. Whatever. Point is, I am not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. Sorry, everyone, you're right. A girl does not have hobbies. Why? I just realized I fucking read this like that meme where it's like, I do not invest. I do not save. I do not keep my money away. I put all my money in Dogecoin, and if it crashes, I kill myself. You know that meme that I do not X, I do not Y. Anyway, it's not code. I do whatever I want, as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt. All of the law. Is that it? Don't know what you're referencing. But from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask back down to my face, and again, its surface seems to shudder. Forget it. least I know you deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments creak. They're never that memorable. Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing. I only watch anime. I only watch quality anime. Told you, that mask was a death sentence that was spoken for. Huh. They called in a huntsman from overseas for home turf. Huntsman can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask was part of his payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. The hell's that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. Forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter. Too much meaning lost. To a beautiful weeaboo like myself who knows the true translation. These goddamn localizers are ruining all the translations. Always thought better translation was health taker. You know, in the original anime, it's translated as... You like how we're getting the real Morgan and the eyes are black? It's true. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin. He'll go and murder everyone you... She laughs. Ha 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 ha. What a face. Should have taken you up on dipping out early. Anything would beat dying at a space, dying staring at a face. A face like that. Just a completely blank expression on his face. So, a huntsman coming to get me? Nah. The dead and dying make for strong bluffers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. Need to scuff things up a bit more, make this look like an orca shootout, then... Well, a visit from me. Cover tracks. Oh, this is cool. Get it back. This is like the equivalent of scouting out a room, but it's more like destroying the crime scene. Okay, get it back. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So I never bothered to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have a need for a knife again, shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it the dead are always so grasping? Okay. Cover tracks. The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong educated guess about the price range. If they back up any data, can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm going to need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Ooh. They're getting a little fancy with the graphics in this one. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. Jesus! She fucking... Like, look. I don't want to tell a murderer how to do their job, but I would have probably just, like, held it from, the, like, top down and then just smashed downwards, right? Not, like... I guess that works as well. You just do, like, a full brow beat across the face. Whatever. That's fine. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. Girl is having fun, and clearly I've never eaten a loaf of bread, is true. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I drew my gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handle the murder weapon with my bare hands. Obviously, I need to wipe my prints off the gun and my knife. Mansplaining a murder. Sorry. Sorry, I need to let women do their thing. Girl bossing murder. But I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So what does that leave? Remember, everything Morden handled. Oh, shit. Better try. The police don't miss fingerprints. Oh, fuck. If you're sure you've got everything, you... Oh, fuck. You're good to move on. Right. Focus. No mistakes. Oh, fuck. Okay. The remote was the first thing. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screws with the bugs. He was right about that much. A little smokescreen never hurts. Hey. Oh yeah, cigarette. That cigarette was in my mouth. Prints can be removed with the swipe of a sleeve, but saliva's... No choice. Have to take it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Or smoke it down to nothing if I'm feeling masochistic. Tastes like microwave sand sprinkled with aluminium and artificial sweetener. Cigarettes do scatter particulates. If forensics finds them but can't match them to a source, well, so what? All I know is there was a horrible spliff in here at one point. And it would be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blunt. Okay, what else we got? The keys? Yes, and the papers scattered around? I guess we return the keys. Right, keys. He had a fucking... He had a little trinket thing on them? What, is that a maid dress? I need them to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are gonna find I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And of the off chance the police get it first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. I just realised the reason their tattoos are neon blue is because they're the Blue Bloods, right? So they wear blue. Socks and sandals, he deserved to die. True. What's this? The card? Yes, we need to take the card back. Dark card played its role as bait perfectly. Even if it's the reason I'm going to have to go around wiping off prints. I won't be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... It's stuck. Pete must have dropped it harder than I realised. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm going to risk taking the whole reader with me. Could have any number of pings and strings leading them back to the manufacturer, or even to the Blue Bloods themselves. No. I'll wipe the dark card off and set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slummer they were trying in vain to get beer money off of it. Okay. Oh yeah, the sword? The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when it brought it down on its neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Because it was really cool, and it made a kino scene, as the kids say. Shit. Probably's got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... No, forget it. It was too cool to miss out, to not do. Forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. It is funny. They obviously made the scene for like a really cool like visual, and then they have it like, well, Morgan wouldn't do that. Like, so they have to have the bit where Morgan's like, that was really dumb. Why the hell did I do that? Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. Okay. I think that's everything, right? We had the remote, we had him, had the cigarette. Just waving my entire mouse over the entire thing, just in case. Okay, the speakers. I don't think we ever interacted with the door, that's fine. Didn't interact with the radiator. Did we interact with the cards? I don't think so. I think we just looked at them, right? Yeah, it's fine. Ah, I think we're good. Advance. I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? I think we're calling it here. Let me think. She came in. Gloves were on. She only took the gloves off to check the card reader. Put the card on. Grabbed the gun. Shot them. Grabbed the knife. Stabbed him. Turned off the remote. I mean, the only thing I can think of is there fingerprints on the guy? Because we grabbed the gun off him, right? So is there like fingerprints on him? I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Call it here. Yeah, okay, this feels like the scene's been set. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. The man who erased his presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle. Is that really why she does it? She kills, not for the kill at all, but purely because she feels good. Like, she likes solving the puzzle of making herself untraceable from the kill. That's like the reason she kills. She doesn't give a shit about actually killing anyone. It's just she likes being able to like hide it from people. And then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at the risk of getting sick. If it weren't for all the blood. Right. Who the hell is this guy? What to do with you? And why have they drawn him so sexily? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten bloody and drugged. These syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kind of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bat that barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realise that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap up things for me. Hold that for me. As for the gun... What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay. I can see how that would be distressing, under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already? Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you want to start running. I'm assuming she cut the rope from his hands? I assume that was implied. Otherwise, how the fuck is he going to kill anyone when he's still tied up? 3:35 PM, August 14th. I'm home! Like, I practiced Irashahai. Irasai. I don't know what that's meant to be. Pardon? Keep working on it, kid. Oh, it's literally... Fuck, I don't know why I didn't... Tadaima! Irasai! Fucking... Irashaimase! Yeah. I just wasn't expecting Japanese there. It threw me. Keep working on it, kid. Ah. Kintsugi. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training a new employee. How's it working out? But jeez. It is she, right? I never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Too cheap out on her bass installs. It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. She's so fucking proud of herself. Occupation paralegal apprentice at Kintsugi. Damn, 2 jobs? It's a rough economy out there. Likes split field diopters, Wing Chun, and folding clothes. Dislikes mops, fire alarms, variety packs. Useless talents. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Well, I can do, okay. Behave quote. As you think, so shall you become. Morgan took over retro movie night and got her hooked on anime. It's true. I'm sorry. It happened. I mean, it was the natural conclusion, right? Eventually she'd have watched enough movies. She'd have to move on. Confession. I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke her lipstick. How dare you. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favour of hiring her, you know. Favour? Plenty of people out there who'd kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi. Nitro Cian, thank you for resubscribing. Resubscribe for 3 months. Thank you, thank you. I just remembered there's this Gragas one-trick pony on Twitch called Sloppy Walrus. So you have some big competition for largest Walrus themed streamer. Damn. That's fine. I was more of like a Lux main, so we can live in harmony. This episode messed with you. There's a bar and dine near you, also called Kintsugi. Similar vibe too. That what do they call the android barkeeper at your one? Walrus streamed themer. That as well. Yeah, I don't know why. If I have a word on one line and there's a different word on the line below, for some reason recently my brain's just been reading the line below and swapping out the letters. I think it's just streaming. It's I'm not used to speaking aloud so much. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kind of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely. Do I wear glasses? I do wear glasses. But their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close up for the night. My reading speeding is ascending, but your brain hasn't caught up yet. I do read very fast. I also, because like, I have some friends who are not big readers. And I was trying to explain to them that, like, I don't know if anyone else gets this. Like, if you're into a good book and you're really caught up in the book and you're, like, reading through the pages, I get to the point where, like, I'm not really reading each individual word. I'm just kind of, like, absorbing the content of the sentence, right? So, like, I don't really know each specific word. I'm just, like, going through it, right? Which is not good because, like, you're not really absorbing each word, but like when I'm really into a scene, I just want to know what happens next. I'm just absorbing the sentences. My friends, like, I literally have no idea what you mean. But I think that's only something that comes with if you're a big reader, and you read a lot, so you're almost doing like a form of speed reading, but like without training for it, just because you read a lot. But yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like being a slow reader is actually better, right? Because you're paying attention, you're understanding connections, like you're being much more thorough. But I sometimes just get too hyped, too into a book, right? Especially if it's like a, how do you say, like a for fun book, if that makes sense, like a a fantasy or like a sci-fi or something where it's the plot and the characters are the enjoyment, right? If you're reading something a bit tougher, that's meant to be complex and multi-layered and has like different levels and different like meanings and like the structure's important and like all these different things that are like, they expect you to analyze it as well as just consume it, then obviously you want to go a lot slower. If it's something where it's like, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's like I'm writing a story that's like cool characters, great story and plot, but I'm not caring too much about like layering meaning, like, putting different formats, like the way certain things are structured, like, you're not caring too much about that. Exactly. Kaladin hype moments and aura stormblessed during the Colosseum as opposed to Gravity Rainbow slop. Exactly. I mean, it happens to me a lot with Stormlight Archives as well, right? Because you're in the moment, and like that's part of the thing as well, because the way what's his face, Brandon Sanderson writes his books is, well, at least Stormlight Archives, is he builds tempo through the book, right? And he's really good at doing that. Like towards the end, he switches over between character perspectives faster and faster and faster in the hype moments at the end. So it really starts like building tempo. So it almost makes you read it faster as well as you're reading it. So you're like, oh shit, what's happening here? What's happening here? What's happening here? Yeah. Your girlfriend has aphantasia and she's the fastest reader I know because she cannot visualize anything. Yeah. That's fair enough. That's honestly fair enough. I gotta be a tempo tinny. I need to be the mono red of readers. Anyway. Waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during the downtime. Ideally, to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. So it's like, this is crazy because this means in 2088, they 100% have an Uber for androids. Where you sign up your Android and then you just like Uber Eats an Android for like 5 hours to do whatever you want. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realise exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Raynar having trouble getting this bar up and running. It takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, alone, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathrooms. She's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. If she walks like a person and talks like a person and works like a person. But me, when my friend is like, hey, can I borrow my Roomba from... Can I borrow your Roomba to clean my bar at night? You go, yeah, sure. And he's like, you're letting that Roomba keep that wage, right? You're letting the Roomba keep the paycheck, right? You're not stealing the Roomba's paycheck. Because, yes, she is an AI, but he doesn't know that. He just thinks she's a fucking android. The Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0. Yeah, well. Supreme Court's been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Sweat drop. Do I hear, touche? Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. Profile boss. Raynar Boss Diamani. Owner-operator Kintsugi. Likes libraries, boating, fast learners. Dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things. Collects ancient coins. What a fucking nerd. Pet peeve. Web pages that take too long to load. Don't mention speed at which the Kintsugi site loads. I wonder why he doesn't like the fact that web pages take a long time to load. The most unrealistic part of this is the fact that the US would have expanded the Supreme Court. True, it should more be like 29 to 0 at this point. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Okay. What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Oh no! Oh my god, someone get Sarah off the internet. Someone get Sarah off the fucking internet. She's doing fucking alternate investment purchases. Oh no. I have also bought sneakers, Rolex watches, Pokemon cards, and Dogecoin. They will only increase in value. I have also got the rarest collection of Labubus this side of North America. Sorry, it's not the US, it's the country. The country with 13 Supreme Court justices. And that pays in dollars. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews. So you'll resell the wine at a profit. And what will you do with that money? Reinvest it in wine again, of course. Okay, to be fair to her, as an android, I guess if she can't own a bank account, she can't make a stock portfolio, she can't own retail. Oh, sorry, she can't own houses. I guess this is literally the only thing she can invest in. You know what? I take it back. I take it all back. She should probably have bought gold, but we'll take wine. Stop it, you're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cachet of sheet music. What? What for? Practice? Aww. This is definitely her cutest face. You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, this place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after their trials? Kintsugi could become a lawyer bar. Yeah. Those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Don't. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all the stress on my stomach. Sarah would buy NFTs. She'd be like, Morgan, look, I have bought this Howling Monkey NFT. It is worth $40,000, but online, my research online says it could go up to $200,000 by the end of the year. Projecting this out over an 80-year timescale means this investment will pay back. Anyway, you don't understand, Morgan. If you use a glorp juice on the apes, you can then transfuse the. Sarah, tend bar. Ahem. What you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. I do, yeah, her hair does look good like this, but the dress is great. Like, she needs a better dress. Resident Evil, what you buying, stranger? They love referencing media. And I do too. Besides, in 2088, this is like a classic saying. Everyone says this. But yeah, like, they really need to get her something which isn't just like a cut-out potato sack. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so, oh sorry, that was meant to be with a deeper voice. What? How the fuck would you do a high voice trying to do a deep voice? What you buying, stranger? And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you are ready to order. I can't do that. I can't do a high voice trying to do a low voice. I'm sorry. I'm referencing right now. Let's see the karaoke. Read. Okay, here we go. Someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash. After I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel, named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career, when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-sized freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when the patent was leaked to the global net. Now Protector, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging that not only has Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegations and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded natural reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells we pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen, but it produces nothing but water vapours. What's the problem? The problem is the labourers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding fuel failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but it's near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engine? How does a non-combustible fuel power How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? E2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some cases superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. I don't know why. Today I'm doubly suffering today. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive material to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that? Improve on your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer's yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve on what we built. Then, essentially what Protector has accused you of doing, isn't it? That's essentially what Protector has accused you of doing, right? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it? I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize the Protector's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. Without virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it, and since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough timescale, tend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a very political person? No. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? No. So do you believe that science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it then you are so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret it as you like. What's not open to debate is this. What makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it. And so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics and not to the failings of the scientific community to log into your Review Plus account to finish your passkey or net provider to finish reading this article and see so much more. Marx mentioned, we'll be explaining the labour theory of value of this one, boys. The Bessemer process is a goated upgraded Victoria 3, by the way. Huge. Huge for the Victoria 3 fans. I assume that must have... Hex mentioned the Bessemer process. Victoria 3 referenced. Huge. I didn't know Of the Devil loved Victoria 3. Okay, here comes the quiz. For the pop science figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of fuels. New fuels? Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. Maybe decades long, but was actually practical. But any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that datapad out. Its owner might come back. Datapad. Oh yeah, we had this before. This is like, yeah, this is... This explains how it's really stupid because, like, they're literally the equivalent of newspapers. It's not like an iPad where people download articles. It's literally they make these, like, data pads for a single article. Or, like, they're very temporary. Which is, like, so insane. But then they realize, like, well, they can just, like, read and lock them to the Wi-Fi, and then you can look up anything on the local Wi-Fi on them. But still, it's like, what the... That's so wasteful. Helium fuel. Perish the thought. Though, now you planted the idea in my head. A self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay. I was really hoping we were going to do karaoke anyway. Inspect. Rain must have searched for months to find an affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded. Already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling here starts to grime up, it can start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Oh, peruse. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Like some sort of sick fuck, if you're into that shit. Nice ambiance, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. And all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. Dude, I mean, it is a nice bar. It's pretty chill. Cat? It's a lucky cat. Nya. Nya. Did you say something, Adonai? No? I suddenly got the strong impression there was something you wanted to say. I don't know what you're talking about. As you say. Neko unlocked. Excuse me? Hold on. I've unlocked Neko. Is it, Oh my god, no! No! Branya! No! It's a Neko Arc Morg! Oh my god! That is fucking incredible. That's staying on. That's staying on maybe forever. That's so good. I think I'm ready to order. Of course. No, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood. What's gotten you so tense? Take a wild guess. A very perfectly timed...
Chatter saved.
Although I don't fully understand how it works with thank you, Day. Because isn't what's the fuck's Arkanoid, whatever her name is? She's not actually from Fate. She's from something else, right? but then like Neko Arc was made, and then Neko Arc crossed over with Fate. I don't know the lore. Neko Arc was definitely in Fate. Well, Neko Arc was in Fate Phantasm Carnival, right? Anyway, let's not go down the Fate rabbit hole. And then
Chatter save.
that one's for Nitrocian, thank you. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate, for the most part. A pod of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seemed like they were told to sit on it. And were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door. They weren't curious where you got your information from. Maybe streaming it is worth it, a societal good. Mods? How dare you suggest me streaming Fate? Mods, you know what to do. You're on thin ice. You're on thin ice. And then Silver. Okay, last one before we get Silver. Thank you.
Chatter saved.
I really need to work out how to get that automatic redeem. I tried to look into it and I just didn't. It didn't seem to work for some reason. I think I was trying to get fancy with it to have like an overlay scene, which I think just fucked the whole thing up. So, okay. Anyway, honestly, no. Okay. You call my bluff. Cakewalking, you get one as well.
Chatter saved.
But that one actually is the last one. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you wanna ask me? How did you two meet? The tables? On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things loppy. Lo-fi. Loppy, that's good. Is that an inappropriate of a question? We're into the goofy music. Everyone relax. You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and... If you're going to tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? Well, that story's not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of a relationship, Sarah. I pay Reiner a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. Like a real man. I don't do that sports betting. I lose my money in other ways. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of these anonymous mask ball cult vibes blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours, without so much as your phone. You're gonna turn me in? Oh shit, a customer? That's a new one. Irashai! Irashai! Or is it more of a firm Irashai? Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle colour palette, they stand out. Well, yeah, yep. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Oh, I'm sure these guys won't be like Yakuza fucking organised mafia types. I definitely haven't sensed a general Japanese theme throughout the entirety of this chapter so far. Matching pins. Suit noir. Shades slicked. More emphasis on the ra. Oh, thank you. I think I just heard the delivery drone bumping outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Man in Black, classic Yakuza reference. I'm waiting for one of these guys to make a RGG Yakuza reference. I know it's coming. I'm just waiting. Mr. Daimani. Or is it Diamani? Is his name meant to be Japanese? Because I would read that Daimani, but then if it's Japanese, it'd be Diamani. Diamani. I mean, either way, I think it's probably Diamani, right? Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realise the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you? If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop, either. We're here looking for Morgan. Oh. Why did they cut to just her breasts? Anyway. Well. That name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm a Morgan, a squire, specifically. They want her keychain. Oh, shit, true. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered you come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the Home Office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, Mom. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then? My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who is we, then? You think you're funny? Compared to you. Morgan. These fine gentlemen are from House Irakaiya. Fuck, I was really hoping this name would not come up again, so I wouldn't have to fucking pronounce it. Ikaria. Okay. House Ikaria. On occasion, information you went out of your way to collect in previous episodes will unlock... Oh yeah, we have this. I'm familiar. You are? I've seen their name in the papers. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Oh shit! This was from episode 1. Ikaria, yeah. That's cool. I know they said things you read before would come back, but I assumed it would only be episode to episode. I didn't realise it would actually be over the chapters as well. But I didn't recognise that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe the propaganda's working. It doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organisation in the city. Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Am I right? Society. Sorry, may I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developing, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business or... The Ikaria are always business. Shall we get your coat? Such gentlemen. I knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Okay. Boss? Who were those men? Really? New clients on Morgan. Really? Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully, because if House Ikaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. Ching! But what do you mean by house? Alright, pay attention. If I'm going to lecture, might as well be trying to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka? And what do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is? Historically, the ruling class, as enforced through economic or military might, are maintained by familial relations. Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent colour across the skin. Nobility. Old money. Another word for it. And the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you can accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like, then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition, join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages, laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright. You shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times changed. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So, while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could afford to buy, so they could afford to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that line, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money. A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neobility, if you're writing a think piece. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the governments of these worlds tried to re-privatize the industries that had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Ikaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Ikaria Cartel, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put on the top tight, then shake. So they are a crime family? Like the mob? This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Ikaria is not literally one family. Not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper. But not in practice? Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty. Haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards for years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for the taste test. Ugh, that's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing tides. Yeah? So what did the Ikaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Stupid. Most important ingredient. Blood. Drop of grenadine. Ding. Why is this fucking original Umineko backdrop style? The Lady Maria. Oh, maybe that's why. No, I'm seeing it everywhere. They can't all be Umineko references. They cannot all be Umineko references. I refuse to believe it. I'm going insane. There's no way. They did the original, like the classic old school Umineko background and then called it the Lady Maria. No, it's not true. It's not true. This is just their classic visual novel background. Surely it's just done for artistic reasons to reference old school VNs. I'm sure it's nothing to do with the name. So you say, reminds me how my friend's younger brother was drinking vodka and had an alcoholic drink as the chase. Drunk as I've ever been is one of my friends was pouring the drinks and she gave us a single gin and topped up with more gin. I once made. I was at a pool party, as the kids say, and I was making a cocktail, and a friend had brought a novelty large size cocktail, glass. So this thing was huge. It held like, I don't know, like 5 cocktails worth. And I was so excited to try it. I was mixing all these different spirits in, but I was already very drunk. So I got to like 4/5 full of this cocktail. I can't even tell you what it was. It was an insane mix. And then I was like, oh shit, I need to add the mixer. So I added a mixer for the last 5th. And then I just drank it. And that was one of the drunkest nights of my entire life. I phoned both my bosses. It was like a pool party for work. Like I was inviting my coworkers to like a pool thing. I called both my bosses, completely wasted. I don't even know what I said to them. I think I was trying to ask them how I could get home. This is when I was in America, right? So I spent a year in Arizona. I was in a gated community, so like I was just trying to find which door I was at, and I woke up with just cuts and scratches all over both my legs because I think I just walked home. It wasn't really home, right? It was like a pool, an outdoor pool in the housing complex. But I walked from there to my house. I must have been through multiple different cactuses, like literal cactuses, because I was in Arizona. And I just cut the shit out of all my legs the next day. I was like, what the fuck happened? How did I even get home? Anyway, that was probably one of the drunkest I've ever been. No! 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 I refuse to believe it! No! 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 Oh, I can't believe it! Ooh! Ooh! It's beautiful! This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was from a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. They fucking love Umineko. That is the 3rd Umineko reference. I'm going insane. Ooh, references do exist. Ooh. If you do end up helping Red work with the Ikaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. Every time someone goes, oh, maybe there's an Umineko reference, it keeps going. It hits you with the double barrel. It's like, you look at it, you're like, oh, that could be an Umineko reference. And then they go like, they double down. Here we are. It was quite an uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in front, I had no way of gathering information out of them, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. For some reason, they've placed their attention on me. I mean, why would they care that you killed members of their rivals? Like, maybe they're like, we somehow know you did it, so we know you have the mask, and we really want that mask. I guess that could be the line. Like, we really want that mask. But, like, they shouldn't really be pissed at you, because you just kill people who, like, A, they were lower down that they don't probably give a shit anyway, but also they were the enemy gang. So, I don't know. Anyway. And there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few min. He filled the time slot. Already? Then we've got no chance of... Maybe, if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet. I take that he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, out of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, just as long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. Okay, what we got here? What beautiful ambiance do we have? Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe, but my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS Proposition City ahead of next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expecting to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has always approved a record-high monthly budget for the police department. Including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks, but a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Bang, and Demico, have released a press statement urging the City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards? When are city officials going to realise it's not enough? Said Demico Head of Press Relations Arthur Gall. We have the utmost respect for all our first responders. None of us are blaming the hard-working police for these failures. How could they succeed when the political insiders insist they try and apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics, and any of the subhuman scum who'd empathise with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. The City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing requests for proposals on such services. The total city's population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of our community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring. But some, who refused to give us their permission to publish their identity info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention the nominee was decided 2 years ago. It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Putting the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you advertiser-free thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGuile of the McGuile Foundation for the Arts of Scientists, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting. The Rockford Fund, huh? The Rockford Fund. She did say she grew up in a castle. Anarchism mentioned. What is it? I'm a crowpot kincel. We will conquer this bread, gamers. What the fuck is crowpot kincel? Are you reaching, or is this whole place a Metal Gear Rising reference? I think you may be reaching. I think this is just a traditional Japanese garden that like rich Japanese people have. I don't know who Kropotkin is. I think that's probably why. Because this is the same place that they had in like AI Somnium, right? You know, the rich senator had one. Please sign in to read the rest. Anyway, so yeah, so Emma Rockford is actually like a really, really rich girl. Okay. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or a pain wall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever. I got the most important part. Subtle reference to the donors to make you double check it. The city is hosting a convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on hiring mercenaries. Whether or not to bring private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget. Who do you kin? Kropotkin? He's one of the OG anarchism writers. I'm afraid I do not know any anarchism writers. That's on me. It makes a little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though? Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made last month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will be just him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach. They were talking about Mathings in the interrogation scene. The gangs were. I think they were just asking questions, though. I don't think that was important. I think that was more like, what day is it? Who's our governor? Like, it wasn't actually like... Okay, I think it's fine. I think it's just a throwaway line. Against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country's already a circus without any bread. I think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed way just to make that kind of thing up. Even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Here we go. Go fish. If I weren't hyper-aware of the flickering sky hanging above my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. Those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bones float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, it'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue it's an efficient way to fish. Admire. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Could you imagine, yeah, if it suddenly just broke out into a minigame? That'd be amazing. Windows into the heavens sparkle like raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see the hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Well, I've looked around at everything and caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm going to try knocking. What are you? Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Now I'm a little worried because I'm trying to get my friends into the ends and recommended him of the devil to ease him into Umineko, and you're afraid he'll have the Joe Twin Peaks moments eventually. I think it'll be okay. Because of the devil just references it. It doesn't base its entire identity off it, like everyone does with Twin Peaks. Oh shit, who is this? Has he got a vape? Has he got an e-cigar in his mouth? Oh shit. Stop staring, you're gonna move on. That's the kind of man walking out of this place. Who's waiting for me inside? 4:09 PM, August 14th. Ikaria Tower, residential floors. E-cigars is a new low, it's true. Grand Hall. It's going to be a cute anime girl, you're calling it. It could be Arasaka. Oh shit, Arasaka. I could see them just having like the daughter of the boss, and it's just like an 8-year-old anime girl. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought the mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. Yeah, no. I think you misunderstand organized crime, Morgan. Because I think in a world that's all about fucking criminals, having like loyalty and ritual, I think is the most important thing. Like, if literally anyone can kill you at any moment, having like these societally agreed upon unbreakable bonds is like the only thing keeping the whole thing going. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? She's the one? Doesn't look like much. Huh? Huh, peons. Suddenly their postures stiffen even further. A true feat. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still. The young master returns. Oh, Yuli, you might be correct. You might have called it. Doors opening again. I can't believe you called it, Julie. Okay, half and half. You're late. Hold on. Wait. Young master, sir, everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was just some sassy lost child. Okay. That's the wrong one. It never ends. It never ends. Silence? Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone. You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Oh? Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. Fucking Sun Tzu larper over here. So says Mr. Stewart. So says Sun Tzu. I mean, that one's like quite literally a reference. Like, he's literally referencing Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. The lead up to my execution is just some kid reading from The Art of War. I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir. When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Fucking eyebrow raise. Timeliness is next to godliness. So says I, Mr. Stewart. Oh, God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time, again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You, Red Woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this to be over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense. Mr. How should I address you? As all outsiders do. By my name. Makoto. Well, hold on. Makoto? Useless? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, now I'm just seeing references that aren't even there. I'm just fucking. I'm going insane. I'm going insane. I'm going insane. Mikoto of House Ikaria. You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day. And we have important work to do. Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later or some such thing. Miss Defends. Mrs.? Really? Did she say that? Hold on. Did I read it wrong? Mrs. Defends, sorry. The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Un instant. Right then, so you want to hire me? One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend. Oh no. Morgan, you done goofed. You left that guy alive and he's going to be the one slandered for the murder charges and then you're going to have to defend him again. You're going to have to defend your own innocent person from committing the crime you made. Oh no. He's done it again. Criminal Defense is an Ace Attorney name if I ever saw one. True. If anything, that's a reference to Ace Attorney naming. You want to hire me? I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in a phone book? I have many books on my phone, libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You'll have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is the House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True. We have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks! But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was. Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Defends? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally, it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favour. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. Well, they're not exclusionary, so let's just go down the list. Translation note: preoccupied means busy. That's a good one. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Oh, but Morgan, you were brought here because of what happened last night. You just don't know it yet. Meaning all of this, starting back at the bar, this has just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old world sensibility amid the desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. My family's reputation is power, not class. I'd take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. That's a moot point. Violence can be classy. She thinks she's an artist. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over. But the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly, depending on who you ask. Some of you think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you're all that's left behind, and no worse than any other corporate family. Are you expecting me to ask what you think? What I think is I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is a high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Haven't we already had all these? Oh, this is probably the different... Oh my god, this fucking face. The Ikaria Financial Group is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone, and that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profile below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for the IFG itself, we'll always be happy to set you up with one or more of our partners that are better suited for your class. Not interested in the sponsored search result? See further with a premium account. And then the nobility, we've had that before. Oh wait, was there a new profile? Makoto. Occupation, heir apparent, unemployed, student? Wait, such impudence. You'd think you'd ask that about the height instead of the weight, but... Likes, biographies, shogi, amber. Amber, really? Interesting. Dislikes, tardiness, tarnish, group assignments. Favoured figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal. Oh my god, bro. He's a fucking, like... Oh my god. He's an alt-right historian online fucking... Parts fucking... Roman LARPer. You know the guy. You know the kind. You know the fucking kind. I think about the Roman Empire at least once a day. Fucking... does the such impudence imply that Morgan is actually asking all these people these questions? So yes and no. It's not Morgan. It's Sarah. Morgan asks Sarah to build like a case file for everyone, so she goes around asking everyone all these questions. Oh fuck, it gets worse. First of all, fave phrase, Ve Victus. Literary translation, woe to the conquered. And then he relaxes by building, painting models. I hate to say it, it checks out. Fucking alt-right, into history, Warhammer fan. Returns exactly. His phone is filled with My Little Dark Age edits. It's crazy. Ikaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as a mobster loan sharks. At least he's not racist. Well... Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, because at the moment the pointers are pointing to yes. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone. But such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. What is Makoto's Warhammer faction? Makoto's Warhammer faction is definitely Space Marines. I was going to say maybe Tau, because obviously they have like a Japanese aesthetic. But I think he's big in the, you know, humanity first, xenophobia, you know, all that shit. You're gonna rip people off with mortgages to do that. Heyo. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Through Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what civilians like you may call legitimate enterprises. Hmm? And yes, we did found the Renigen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue. Renigen? That's a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renigen presently? The company went public years ago, and Aurea divested our shares not long after. We were given one seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it. Black Templars are the most racist ones, it's true. But they're also, like, oh god, it pains me so much because obviously Warhammer is a satirical, like, setting. Like, it's obviously meant to show how insane the thing is. And the Black Templars, like, prove that explicitly because they're, like, the most insane psychopaths of all time. Right? Like, they have, like, the Crusade thing going. They look like the Knights. They have, like, the suffer no psychics, not the witch to live. Like, they're insane. They're, like, literally insane. Like, they break all laws of Space Marines. Like, you're not meant to have more than 1,000 people, but they get through all these things. But they also look really cool, which is a really, you know, it's rough. It weighs up. Because it's difficult when you have a satirical world that still has characters that you want to, like, succeed. Like, a heroic last stand is always a heroic last stand. But in a satirical setting, you're meant to understand that, like, yeah, well, they're doing a heroic last stand, but, like, the whole thing's fucked because that's the greatest tragedy. It's like all these heroic things are completely pointless because the sacrifice they're doing is just postponing this corpse of an empire that's slowly just sacrificing millions of humans every day to keep itself slowly dying. The Space Marines, especially their guns, are some of the worst looking sci-fi armor guys to you. Yeah, but the Black Templars don't use guns. Or they very sparingly do. They use big swords, which is part of why they look cooler. Anyway, we're already over time, so let's fucking don't get me started on Warhammer takes. Given a family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying their pull, Renegan, then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto, and more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mr. Fens, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting, and he's trying to be subtle about it. If he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing well. I doubt it's possible for a company with bigger boot healers Renegan to have no relation to anything that happens in the city. But I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into the boardroom politics again anytime soon. Let's go with Makoto. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Raphael Ikaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you? When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question! I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men? Sir, no, sir. You definitely command their present respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton, the fucking crazy guy? That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance, if only to empathise with you that no one stays useless to House Ikaria very long. Useless. One way or another. Wait. It's so funny as well, like... Have you ever read, like, the Sun Tzu thing? Like, I haven't read it all the way through, but I've read quotes, and someone told me, I can't remember who said it, but there's like, it's genuinely hilarious because, like, if you actually read through it, some of the advice is like classic, all-timer, right? Like, applies to anything. Like, more than half of it is like the most obvious shit in the world, and it's so funny that Sun Tzu had to write that shit down. He was like, people were being so fucking stupid, he was like, guys, like, make sure you have supplies to feed your army and stuff like that. You're like, you really had to fucking write this down for people? It was crazy. I'll admit I was a little taken back to a step off an elevator into your little enclosure here. I own it, but I haven't read it. I got it as a replacement gift to a Weeb magazine. Honestly, most people who own it haven't read it either, so you're basically, you're in the right crowd there. The gardens. Yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That's quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at this moment. That's okay. Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. Oh my god, bro. Back to back to back to back. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. The black suits. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto, of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to. This fucking kid. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped. Circumstances being what they are. Circumstances. And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the gardens and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be light-headed if you think you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct? Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. Bro is saying like the most well-known quotes of all time. He's like, oh, you've heard of Sun Tzu. I didn't realize I was talking to an educated person. But I should make it clear that in this case, I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it, yeah. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. Here it comes. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you... That's a great bit. That's a great bit. Must prove his innocence. Instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this the peanut allergy that you mentioned? No, I just... I just lost my train of thought there for a second. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent for a crime I framed him for? Right, then. May I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression the Ikaria territory is generally positioned more... vertically. This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighbourhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea of why he was taken? Or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might have called that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your two groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police were even worse. Expecting no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are. But don't worry, I'm confident. I think they want to pin 5 murders on him. She's been double done. Oh shit, 5 murders. Wait a second. There were only 4 of them, so that's interesting. 5? Did you say 5? Yes, 5. It's absurd. I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the deaths of one of their officers. Oh no. Oh no. Not Reyes. No, there's no way. It's gonna be London. Fuck, it's gonna be London. The artist loves Reyes too much to kill them off. They put him in too much of the fan art. It can't be Reyes, no. A dead cop. Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean one of their officers? Was it a UC or...? No, they made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison. I should never have dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own... Sorry, I was giving him the weird voice. Very seriously. What makes you so certain of the man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound. I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it. There is no individual more honourable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be violent, impulsive. He didn't do this. Yusuke. Look. I'll pronounce it how I like, Truth, but no, we can do Yusuke. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for your contract. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Reference, callback. Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favour of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city, as can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this one out. This handout. They'll go over every centimetre of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose. Period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet into the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take the Sosuke case. Sosuke sounds so much better, though. Sosuke. Sosuke. Sosuke Bosuke. You say that as if it was ever in doubt. A true prodigy. You might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun in this Sosuke's hands, when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor's edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs are pointed. Amorga's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. Okay, and there. This fucking. It's gonna kill me every time I see that, by the way. Okay, anyway. There, we've done that one. Terms. This one. We'll do that when we get back. Okay. This fucking chud. Oh, look at the fucking chud as my screenshot. My fucking chud heir apparent of my criminal lawyer. My criminal organization. Look at this face anyway. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. We can do an Alessandera raid. How do you pronounce that? Is it Alessandera? I assume it's like Allison, but I didn't know exactly how you pronounce it. Raid. Alessandera. Alison. Have I spelled it right? Alice. No, I spelled it wrong. Hold on that. Alessandera. Beautiful. Thank you for the stream. Well, sorry, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. I'll be back on Saturday with more of The Devil. We will continue this on. And then Sunday, more Ape Escape 3. Which if you have not been catching the Ape Escape 3, tune in. Because that shit is fun. Good time. Anyway. Thank you for watching. I'm going to send the raid through. Hope you have a good rest of your week. And I will see you later. Goodbye. Bye-bye.